United States of America for the third successive year. We're in West Palm Beach, known for its palm-lined trees and sandy beaches. And just down the road from the Atlantic Ocean is Trump International Golf Club, hosting an Aramco Team Series event for the very first time. We're on the championship course, a stunning, tough layout designed by Jim Fazio. And once again, the Aramco Team Series produces a star lineup. Lynn Grant, fresh from another win in France last weekend. Defending the title she won in New York is Lexi Thompson, and it's a home game for the world number 7 on a course where she practices daily. With the Aramco Saudi Ladies International already won this season, Lydia Ko goes in search of a second LET trophy of 2023. The teenage sensation that is Kiara Neuer, and already an Aramco Team Series champion at the age of 17, looking to upstage the world's best again. Solheim Cup star Carlotta Siganda, another of this week's potential winners, hoping the putts will drop. And the standout performer on tour this season, Aditi Ashok, looking to continue the sensational form she's been in so far this year. Ashok flying on the LPGA Tour and leading the Race to Costa del Sol rankings on the LET after 7 events of the season. Last year's number 1, Lynn Grant, right behind her with Pilar Trevino in 3rd. Alessandro Finali, the leading rookie so far this year, comfortably inside a top 20 that includes last week's runner-up Anne Van Dam. 2 of the players inside the Rolex World Rankings top 10 in Florida here this week, Lydia Ko and Lexi Thompson chasing down number 1, Nelly Korda. Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome. The gates are open to the opening day of the Aramco Team Series presented by PIF Florida. This is the second of 5 Aramco Team Series events, with London, Hong Kong and Riyadh to come later in the year. Now we're at the stunning Trump International, a par 72, which today is playing just over 6,500 yards. I'm Richard Kaufman, Kate Burton and Sophie Walker alongside me in the commentary box. And Sophie, let's talk about this course in some test.
Oh, isn't it just? This is one of the best golf courses these players will play all year. There is water absolutely everywhere. 15 holes have water on it. Those lakes are very much in play. You need to be long off the tee and straight to access these very small greens. This week's winner will be a true ball striker, because this golf course is big, long, and it's going to take somebody to really take it on. There's just water everywhere, Richard.
Well, I'm sure you've been watching the Aramco Team Series events in the past, but if you haven't, to remind you, 2 events in one. And Kate, you can kind of tell us what we can expect over the next few days.
Well, over the course of the next 36 holes, we have the team competition, which will feature 3 professionals and 1 very fortunate amateur. And the winning team will be crowned tomorrow evening. 108 players over 2 rounds, and then you can see the best 2 scores on each hole will count towards that team score. So a good amateur will really help that scorecard, with a couple of shots on the scorecard, a couple of net scores certainly will come in very handy indeed. And then we advance to the final 18 holes, and that is where the individual battle will play out. $1 million split equally over the 2 events. Pauline Roussin was victorious in Singapore. She's in the field, and she's always a threat. But it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out over the course of these 3 days, and how fantastic to be here in Florida.
Certainly is, yeah. So that's how things will look over the next few days, weather permitting. More on that in a moment or two. $1 million prize event once again. So plenty of cash up for grabs for the field. Let's remind you some of the teams that are out there that we'll be keeping an eye on over the next couple of days. Lydia Ko picking this time Teresa Maletska from the Czech Republic. Marianne Skarpnold is an individual Aramco Team Series winner at Centurion Club. James Rawson is their amateur. He plays off 15, so he'll be getting a few shots. Bryce Butler, entertaining when we saw him in New York last year. He played with Lexi Thompson then and Kelly Whaley, so the team's back together. Lydia Hall joining this time for a bit of fun. Lynn Grant is also out there, and too is Carlotta Sigand. A couple of Solheim Cup players actually in this group. Becky Brewerton as well. Haneen Anabasiri making up the four, along with Kylie Henry. 17-year-old Chiara Neuer picked up a rookie. French player Natasha Nadeau, Christine Napoliova, and their amateur Ulf Samuelson. Well, unfortunately, you can see a little few raindrops on our camera. Just over an hour ago, the hooter sounded for a suspension in play, so there's thunderstorms in the area. So at the moment, no golf on this wonderful layout, but we have been lucky enough to see some golf out there. Play got underway at 7:15 this morning. Let's catch up with who has been doing what.
And the second group out this featured Cassie Alexander. She's a bit of an Aramco specialist. Here she was at the 15th hole. That was an important par putt that kept her at 2 under. And the birdies were few and far between out on this golf course this morning. As we said, it is a tough track out there.
Always a pleasure to see Lydia Ko. That's her hiding putt for par on the 6. She went out in 1 under par, but a bogey and a double bogey on her scorecard, so not the start to her back 9 she'd have wanted.
The 16th hole. Oh, it's a tough par 4, the 16th. But this was Cassie Alexander. You go over the water with your drive, then over the water with the approach. So this was the birdie opportunity for Alexander to move to 3 under. That didn't go in, so she remained at 2 under with a couple of holes remaining, and tough holes on 17 and 18.
Okay, was 2 over par, managed to get it greenside on this par 5. 471 yards and a touch of class from the Kiwi.
Talking of class, the world number 7, Lexi Thompson, has teed it up to negotiate the trees on the 8th. She started at the 10th hole, home course, dropped a shot on the 1st hole, birdie and a bogey up until this point. And that was a good approach from Lexi at the 8th, looking for a birdie. There weren't many of them to be had.
And this was Lydia Ko then finishing off with her birdie that took her to 1 over par overall, which doesn't leave her too far off the pace, actually. So hard is the scoring been out there this morning. Hugs from Marianne Scartmold as well, part of Team Ko, who are going on pretty nicely as well as a combination.
And then Lexi. The birdie attempt at the 8th hole, so that kept her at even par. One remaining difficult 9th to come there was for Lexi.
Well, talking about difficult holes, Kate, this one, the 18th, playing back into the wind. Alexander has the length. 3-time winner of the team championship. First time she's captaining and leading by example.
And last week's champion, Lynn Grant, the world number 21. This is her approach to the 8th hole. She struggled on the back 9. It was 3 double bogeys for Grant. She went out in 41, so needed to find some birdies. She found some at 3 and 6. And needed all the red numbers she could get.
Well, Alexander, who hold the winning putt at the Aramco Team Series Singapore with a birdie at 18. Well, she's birdied 18 again, and that was for a round of 70, couple under par. That was her 18th hole of the day, I should say. So very nice start from Cassie Alexander, her first time as a captain, looking for win number 4.
Yeah, real Aramco specialist. And then Lynn Grant here, this was for birdie at the 8th hole. We saw the approach, trying to get it back to 2 over. They are very fast greens. Look how much they roll by. So that was a par for Grant.
Emma Greshey was leading early on in her round. Unfortunately, she was back in 41 blows. Birdie at the last, a rare one. +4. Part of Cassandra Alexander's team.
Well, one of the most challenging golf courses that the LET will play all year. But here was Clara Davidson-Spilkova. Started on the 1st, went out in 36. Oh, and in it went on 15. That was an excellent birdie for Spilkova, a round of 69.
Yeah, a player who's sitting very nicely on the Race to Costa del Sol stand. He's in 9th place as it stands. Off again to the final hole, and this for a closing par for Gabs Cowley, who is part of that team Alexander. So another one in that team, a couple under. You won't be surprised to know as a team they're going along pretty well. And then Lexi Thompson, playing on a home course, had this for a birdie finish. She'd only had 1 birdie, 1 bogey over those first 17 holes, so a very nice finish. And it meant a round of 71 for the American. That has her very much in amongst the contenders. Let's hear from her. She's been speaking with Kate.
Lexi, lunch always tastes better when you finish with a birdie. That was a lovely birdie on the 9th hole, around a 71. How was it out there from your perspective?
Yeah, it was overall a very good day. Pretty steady one. We had beautiful weather. Teeing off at 7:27, we didn't have too much wind, thankfully, and kind of beat the heat, but now it's super hot. But overall, had a very steady day and enjoyed playing alongside my teammates there.
Yeah, for sure. And this is your home track. You know this golf course very well. What is the key to playing it well?
It's just a ball striker's golf course. I'm used to playing it in 25, 30 mile per hour winds. It's always windy out here, so having this low of wind, it's very nice, don't get me wrong. It's just a difficult golf course. There's a lot of water, and you just really have to commit to your lines and play aggressive when you can, but also smart and just get your 2-putt, get your par, and get off some of the holes.
Well, it's been a very good start, 71. You've got big brother on the bag. Nick, was he a good influence out there today? Did he keep you in, back on track and give you some good encouraging words?
Yeah, he always is. I'm very thankful to have him out there helping me out, and he plays out here probably more than I do. We're always out here playing with each other, and he knows this golf course very well. So we make a good team, and we just feed off each other, and we get along very well. And like I said, I'm just very blessed and grateful to have him out there.
Well, around a 71. Well played.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Excellent start from Nuria Eturia, from Lexi Thompson. It was as well for Nuria Torres. This is her at 9th, her closing hole, the par 5, chipping up pretty close to give herself a birdie. Look, she had just holed out for an eagle at the 8th, so almost back-to-back eagles there from the very amiable Spaniard. 3 times a Ladies European Tour winner, and this for the round of the day so far, a round of 67. 5 under par, but team is going well as well. This is the amateur Michael Bickford, who was a really top polo player, so he knows how to handle the pressure. They're in Team Rusan, the individual winner in Singapore. Let's hear from them now.
Well, what a performance this morning from Team Rusan. Pauline, you've come in with some good vibes from Singapore for this Aramco Team Series in Florida. What a round, 16 under par as a team. What did you do out there?
We just had fun. We were pretty quiet on the front 9, and then we made it happen on the back 9. Obviously a bit louder, a bit, more birdies, and definitely a lot of fun from the entire group.
The birdies are hard to find around this golf course. It is not easy, but Nuria, wow, plenty of birdies on the back 9 for you, and then there was some magic on the 8th hole.
Yes, thank you. But I think the environment with Pauline is very nice. I love it. I play with her in Singapore, so good memories. So I'm trying to do the same as her there.
You even got the better than her today. I mean, it's 67 from you, which was tremendous, and 32 on the back 9 for you, which is the front 9 for the course. So that certainly helped, project the team all the way into solo first place. Trish, you bring a lot of experience to this team, and I know it's a battle out there. No, you certainly do, but wow, you've got to be really pleased to be part of this team.
It was just a joy to watch. Both of them played so well. Nuria had a really great day, to be perfectly honest, and they hit it so far. It's just, I said tomorrow I'm going to go first because, I'm already 50 yards behind them before I start. And also, actually, Michael, we have to say that our amateur, he played really well. I think he came in 4 or 5 times, so he was great as well. It was a lot of fun. I'll just try and contribute a little bit more tomorrow.
Well, you certainly had a couple of birdies, hey?
She did, definitely, very steady. To be honest, I think it was a teamwork, and it was the definition of teamwork, because we were having birdies whenever the others were a little bit struggling, and pars whenever it was very important. So, and then same for he was really steady and very smart about pretty much everything. He was very thoughtful about when he had a stroke, whenever he could really contribute to the team. So, teamwork makes the dream work.
It certainly does. So, dream team right here. Well done. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, Trish Johnson told me, I think this is her 632nd professional event. Is it going to be one that's going to bring a trophy as well? She is the oldest winner already to win on the Ladies European Tour. There's confirmation, though, that it's that 67 from Nuria Turrios with that brilliant finish, who's leading 5 under. She leads by 2 from the Scottish rookie, Louise Duncan and Clara Spilkova. There's Cassie Alexander and Gabs Cowley playing together. You can see before the hoot has sounded, Hayley Davis and Alice Hewson has started really nicely. Johanna Gustafsson, who was the winning team captain the last time the Aramco Team Series was in the US. She's 1 under par individually. Morgan Metro, level par player who's firmly on the LPGA Tour these days. There's the team leaderboard. Team Roussan leading the way with an excellent score of 16 under par. Team Co and Team Alexander, their nearest rivals, 3 back at 13 under par. And I'm pleased to say we can hear from both of those chasing teams. They've both been speaking with Kate.
All right, Team Co, 13 under par in the clubhouse on a very steamy day. Lydia, well played for the team. It was tough out there.
Yeah, on our back nine, which was the front nine, I think I was very non-apparent as a team, but I try to be there for spiritual support, even though my scores weren't counting. But yeah, I feel like we, for most part, was able to back each other up on a hole. If somebody was struggling, the other two would play well, and I think that's what you've got to do in this kind of format. This is only my second time playing in the ATS, so I'm still trying to get used to us being in a 4-ball and not walking away when our M still needs to hit. But we've had I think it's been a great group, a bunch of experience here, and it was just a lot of fun for us, and I think that's the most important thing. And to be near the top of the leaderboard with that, it's an extra bonus.
Yeah, it's a very promising start, and you are playing with 2 Aramco specialists. I mean, Teresa has been on the winning team a couple of times. Scarpas has won in London. There was some good chat out there.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I'm the one without the win, so...
that's not quite true, okay, in the big picture, but I know they're pleased to have you on the team.
I'm hoping to kind of add to their collection that they've had, in New York and Spain and then London. So, yeah, it'd be good. It's first time in West Palm. It'd be cool to kind of have medal in all. But, yeah, I'm just trying to keep up, and hopefully we make a ton of birdies tomorrow, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, good tag teaming. Teresa, you love these team events. Clearly you come alive. How was it for you out there in this sweltering heat?
Well, in the beginning it was a little rough. I had a rough start, but then I tried to, keep up and be like, okay, let's make some birdies because the team needs you. So, yeah, in the beginning they were making birdies. I was like, okay, they don't need me. But then, it was like, we're coming a little behind. I was like, okay, let's do it. So, yeah, it was great. I had so much fun and enjoyed the day. And we were on the 16th hole, and I was like, is it going to be over, really? I mean, I just enjoyed it. We're just going, and it was great.
Well, you've got a round tomorrow, haven't you? Marion, you know about these competitions, and it is difficult out there, but it's just keeping the team chances alive, which you've done brilliantly today.
Yeah, it's a tough golf course, and I don't know, for me being from Scandinavia, it's been freaking hard. I think we all three had the parts of the day where we struggled a bit, but then we also have parts where we made a lot of birdies. And then our amateur James stepped in and made 4 or 5 birdies, so it was great.
Well, James is keeping very good company today. Well played as a team. Go and get him tomorrow. Good luck.
Yeah, James Rawson certainly playing his part.
Looking for 3 wins on the trot, 4 in total, and this is your first as captain, and going about it just the right way. That was great job out there. Well played.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we tried. I picked a great team. We got a great result, so let's see how the rest of the week goes.
Yeah. And you played very well individually as well, returning a score of 70 around what is certainly a tough track.
Definitely. First time I've done half decent in individuals, so that's at least good. And then we together as a team, we put together a nice score, so I'm very happy.
You had a 70, and Gabs, you also had a 70. You've got to be very proud of that because it's small greens, they are slick, soft fairways, but those greens are getting firmer.
Yeah, I mean, I played really well. I did have a 4 part, which didn't help the situation, but yeah, I mean, apart from that, the rest was really solid, and obviously it's just great to be part of the team and rooting for everyone, yeah.
Emma, you are part of the team. Things didn't go so well on an individual basis, but as part of the team, you've got to be very happy to be at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, of course, I'm really happy. The girls play really well. My individual score is not the best, but I try to put some birdies, and at the 18 I put one, so I'm happy for the team and I play for the team, yeah.
And now to our amateur, Jason. What a moment for you. Did you score? Did you record any birdies out there? Was he a good team member?
A few out there. It's a tough track out here, but these girls make it look a lot easier, and I'm just happy to be on this team. It's great experience.
There's going to be nerves tomorrow, the final round tomorrow. You're at the top of the leaderboard.
No nerves. We'll keep it just like today.
Jason's talking like a pro. Cassie, you're keeping him in check.
100%. I said, we're all in the fairway, just hit it. And then he hit it in random places and made birdie from there, so we just went with it.
My goodness me, a well-behaved man. That is great. That's what you're after. Go for it tomorrow. Good luck.
Jason, who plays his golf at Trump Jupiter down the road. Very much part of the team, but what a start from Nuria Turrios. And good news for Nuria and those who finished, they can head back to the hotel. Unfortunately, hanging around for others, but I do have some good news, which I'll give you shortly regarding that. Nuria Turrios leading by a couple of shots from Louise Duncan and Clara Spilkova. It's Team Roussan, Pauline Roussan, who's from this area. Well, she's from France, of course, but she lives nowadays in West Palm Beach, feeling very at home with that 3-shot lead. Her team, alongside Nuria Turrios, Trish Johnson and Michael Bickford. They have a 3-shot lead over Team Co and Team Alexander. So, yeah, that's the scene at the moment. And I'm pleased to tell you, we're expecting play will resume in around 20 minutes from now. 22 minutes to be precise. A 4:45 resumption local time. But at the moment, play still suspended. But hopefully those thunder clouds are dissipating. And the only water that we can see will be those lakes on this spectacular Trump International Golf Course. So this is day one of the Aramco Team Series Florida, presented by PIF. We're at Trump International, where we've unfortunately had some delays, but the good news is the delay should only be for an hour and 45 minutes. Play due to get back underway in less than 20 minutes from now. So fingers crossed that remains the case. Just to remind you how things stood in terms of the Race to Costa del Sol rankings ahead of this event. This is the 8th event of the Ladies European Tour Canada, 8 of 30 that goes across 21 countries. And after winning the opening event of the season, the Magical Kenya Open, and finishing second at the Aramco Saudi Ladies International, Aditi Ashok is the player leading the way. She's only played 2 holes today, but before her play got underway, we managed to sit down with the number 1 on the LET.
So, Aditi, nice to see you here. Obviously, it's a different type of event this week. It's an Aramco Team Series event. How do you look forward to team golf? Obviously, it's very different.
Yeah, it's different. I think sometimes it helps. The atmosphere is different. It's a bit low-key, and you're playing with an amateur, so sometimes, I feel like that's good for, a bit of a change in the game, a change in the mindset, to just have fun and, focus you're focusing on your score, but the team score as well. So I guess it's a good way to play and, have your mind a little bit off, the individual score.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere, isn't it, amongst the players? You can see that they're smiling, laughing and joking. Often that produces better golf.
Yeah, sometimes it does. It's kind of like, it's sometimes on the Pro-Am day when, you're playing with AMs and you're not really focusing as much on your shots, or you're not paying too much attention, but you end up hitting every green and holding a few putts. So something like that, hopefully, that's what I can do this week.
Talking of good shots, there's been plenty from you this year. How would you look back and reflect on your season so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I think the first 3 weeks on the LET were great. That gave me a lot of confidence going into, the LPGA season as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool to start off with like a win, a third and a second. That was, great for my confidence, because I worked on a lot of stuff in the off season, but you never really know if it's worked or not till you actually put it in play and perform well. So that was pretty cool. And yeah, I think it's rubbed off even the last few weeks on the LPGA, and I've been playing good. So hope I can continue that.
Yeah, you've been doing well on both tours. As you say, that gave you the confidence to go on. And some of those events were against some really high-quality players. So I guess when you carried that over to the LPGA, it was just a continuation of your good golf, really.
Yeah, definitely. Like the week in Saudi, obviously the field was so strong. It kind of felt like basically kind of an LPGA field, because the best of the LET and the maybe top, 300, some of the top 300 in the world. So that was pretty cool to have that week, gave me more belief in my game, and I think that's kind of shown the last few weeks.
Do you feel comfortable now when you're playing alongside some of the top-ranked players in the world? Do you feel like you belong now?
I think I always felt like I was good enough to be, at this level, but I feel like my game probably wasn't. I wasn't hitting it as far as, some of the best players, and sometimes that was, even though I was a good golfer and I could chip and putt my way around, it wasn't giving me as many opportunities. So last year I was looking at my game and I was ranked last on driving distance on the LPGA. So that kind of put things in perspective, and I said I have to be better at this, otherwise I probably won't be able to have those, deep finishes, especially in the stronger fields.
Obviously, one of your aims this season is to win on the LPGA, but aside from that, I guess the other goal would be to win the Race to Costa del Sol, because obviously Lynn Grant won the other week, so you know who's pushing you close again. It'll be a good battle.
Yeah, definitely. I've always, even though I play LPGA, I've always enjoyed playing on the LET. I've always tried to keep my card here, and this year I've gotten off to a great start. So I hope I can play more LET events this year and hopefully try and win that Costa del Sol.
Great to see her playing so well, Aditi Ashok, and she comes here off the back of a couple of top 5 finishes on the LPGA Tour. But some course that she has to play this week, this Trump International, designed by Jim Fazio. For the players out on the course today, it plays just over 6,500 yards, lots of water, tight fairways, lots of trees. Even with the rain we've had, very slick, undulating greens as well. Some elevation changes too. It tests every department of the game. For some, it's a home game, as we saw from Lexi Thompson as well. But wonderful to be in Florida, despite the weather we've had over the last few minutes. And not only we in the commentary box delighted to be here, so too the players in the field.
Everything is done to perfection here. As you could imagine, the greens are absolutely lightning. They're very scary, the greens. So you have to hit the right spots on them. The course is tough. You have to play good, and that's it.
Well, it's an amazing course. It's in great conditions. Surroundings is amazing, but it's pretty tough. The greens are pretty small and fast. The fairways are pretty soft, so it's not rolling so much. So I think how close to the pin you are with second is going to determine how well the score is going to be.
It's a beautiful golf course. It's in really good shape. The greens are really fast and kind of hard, so I like it. It's very different from last year when we played the Jabra Open. It's very different climate, grass, everything's different. So yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good challenge. I think you just have to hit your spots. You know, you really gotta hit it straight and just make yourself end up in a good positions, I would say.
I mean, yeah, fantastic golf course. It is definitely tricky in parts. It's front nine. Greens are actually quite small. You need to be on the right side of them because they're very quick. So yeah, no, it should be fun. Definitely a good test.
For an amateur lining up in this Aramco event, I mean, it's going to be pretty hardcore for them. A lot of water around.
I would say make sure you go in the pro shop and buy extra balls. That is what I would tell them to do. Bring a bit of money to make sure you can go in there and get plenty of balls. Don't turn up with your brand new Pro Vs or TaylorMades. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you can see the trees and the water certainly attracting some of those golf balls that Annabelle Dimmock was talking about. And you know what? The pros, some of them have struggled out there as well. One brilliant round from Nuria Iturias, and only of the players that have completed their rounds this morning, only 3 rounds in the 60s tells the story of this golf course. Kate Burton and Sophie Walker alongside myself, Richard Kaufman, in the commentary box. I mean, you know, we're looking at the leaderboards here. Nuria Turios individually, you know, Team Co and others, Team Rusan doing spectacularly well, but the picture is told by the leaderboard as well. Many more players over par than under par, Kate.
It's a seriously tough assignment for these players. You have got very small greens on the front line, and they are fast, they are slick. Soft fairways, as Sophie has mentioned, there is so much water on this course. Lexi said in her interview, you've got to be a great ball striker, and that's going to separate the champion from the chasing pack. But there you see, just 15 players under par at the moment. A whole host of players still to tee it up this afternoon and get their rounds underway and to try and make a dent on that lead.
Sophie, it was always going to be pretty close to enough daylight anyway, but now we've lost an hour and 45 minutes. What do you think we're heading towards here?
We're coming back tomorrow morning to finish round 1. Remember, it's a Pro-Am format. They're in 4 balls out there, and all 3 of the professional scores count. It's a stroke play event for them. The amateurs can pick up their golf ball. It's a long day, and it's going to be a very early morning for those that teed off this afternoon.
Yeah, running you through some of the scores. You can see all of these, apart from the bottom 3 there, the 2 Austrians who are playing together, Emma Spitz and Christine Wolf, part of Team Wolf. Remember, Team Wolf were the team that were victorious in the Aramco Team Series earlier this year. Renee Strom's been having a decent time on the LPGA Tour. You saw Celine Herban there as well at 3 over par. She was tied 2nd last week at the Jabra Ladies Open in Evian. So just to remind you, 10 minutes, clock is ticking to the players will resume their opening round. So they'll be heading out onto the course right now from the clubhouse. That's a look down towards the clubhouse itself there beyond. There's the putting green, driving range to the left-hand side. And That's some big flag.
I was thinking that. I find it quite hypnotic. When you drive around the golf course, you can see it from every single hole. That is the biggest flag I have seen in a very long time. And this morning, it was hardly flattering. It was very, very calm this morning. It was hot and humid. But this breeze, as much as it's tricky for the golfers, will be some welcome respite, because it is like playing in an enormous sauna out there.
It gets dark around 8 o'clock in the evening, so the players will still get about 3 hours plus of their opening round completed. Some players have headed to the putting green, but you can see the driving range is pretty bare right now. Third time that the Ladies European Tour have been in the United States of America for an Aramco Team Series event. The first two were in New York. We were at Trump Golf Ferry Links in New York, only back in October. Here is Team Roussan, 16 under par. That is a very good pace they've set, Sophie.
It is, and it's just momentum from Pauline. Obviously, you said she lives here. She was fantastic in Singapore, going head-to-head with Lydia Ko. Imagine then coming into this event. It feels exactly the same. We've got the heat. We've got a similar style of golf course with plenty of water. And you knew when that team was picked, Iturios, and Trish Johnson's face when her name came out, it was like, oh, hello. Everybody knew that was going to be a team to beat. Minus 16 is exceptional.
Yeah, running through the teams, you can see Team Babnik struggling a little bit, only a couple under. Only 2 days, remember, or maybe 3 days, but 36 holes for sure for the team event. Yeah, just a good idea from our drone shots there that it's not just water that can cause issues, and the narrowness of those fairways with the trees flanked either side. This Fazio design is certainly a test which is being reflected in the scoring. Although this morning the players really didn't have the wind to deal with, and still they couldn't eat it up.
I think all day they've not really had the wind. Even the afternoon group, when I was out there, it was, if Lexi Thompson was saying she's used to playing in 30-mile-an-hour winds, it was at least half of that. So imagine when that wind gets up. The 18th hole's 420 yards, a dogleg left to right, over a ton of water down that right-hand side. The prevailing wind is into the wind there as well. Imagine how long that will play when those winds that Lexi were talking about comes to fruition.
Well, there's Johanna Gustafsson, who's hanging around, waiting for the hooter to sound. They played a Pro-Am yesterday. It was a shotgun start. I mean, and it was started literally by a shotgun.
That's that
gave us all a little bit of a fright out on the golf course. But, yeah, they took it in its literal sense.
Yeah, and they decided to see off at 12 noon as well, didn't they? The hottest time of the day as well. To create this golf course, I was reading that they moved 3 million cubic yards of earth in the period of 9 months, and over 1,000 live oak trees ranging from 20 to 50 feet were adapted. So there was some serious work put in to create this golf course that was a piece of flat scrubland that bordered Palm Beach International Airport. So it's been completely transformed.
Yeah, we're not too far away from the Atlantic Ocean, hence those breezes we were talking about. That's golf balls marked because of the suspension of play, but hopefully those tees are coming out of the ground in the next 5 minutes as we resume what will be the second of 5 Aramco Team Series events taking place in 2023.
Very good to do that, to mark the ball with 2 tees and a marker. I don't even remember Colin Montgomery a few years ago in Indonesia.
Oh, I can't believe you're heading down to that. That's a very controversial moment that was, Kate.
Well, it was, but you know, he said he put the tee peg in and then it got washed away by the storm. So, yes, if you are told to leave the golf course because of thunderstorms, make sure you pop 2 tee pegs in there so you know exactly where your ball came to rest.
Nicole Brock-Estrup in team with Linnea Johnson and Trichat Jinglab. Leah Zeitler, their amateur in that team, having a good old natter. Get a chance to get the team spirit going. Some of them might have started and struggled a little bit early on, so a chance to get things going. This golf course hasn't hosted the Ladies European Tour before, but it did host the season finale for the LPGA Tour for 8 years, starting in 2001. Carrie Webb won the inaugural event here. Annika Sorensson, heard of her? She won 3 times, and Julieta Granado won the event in 2006, and with it she won the first ever $1 million prize check in women's golf. So it has got a storied history, if you like, in terms of women's golf here in the past. And everyone's just hanging, waiting for the hooter to be sounded, knowing that it's going to be a late finish and an early start tomorrow morning.
I think as a player you'll be delighted with getting out so quickly. Sometimes in Florida that thunderstorm comes in and that's it. So 90 minutes, you're looking at each other saying, we've got 3 hours here, we can get a lot of golf in. There's nothing worse when you're just out there knowing that you're only going to get 2 or 3 holes in. They can get most of their round in. And then tomorrow, yes, it'll be a long day, but I think you'll be thankful of this weather passing. It's all about what's going to happen with the wind now. It should be an easterly wind. Has it died down? You'd think at this time of day, 4:45, this should be the strongest part of the day for the wind, and it doesn't seem to be as windy. So maybe take this opportunity and try and get something low out there and then go out in the morning and take advantage of those early tee times.
Well, Nuria Turrios has shown what can be done, albeit it was an eagle birdie finish for that round of 67, but 5 under par. Hard to see anyone getting above that. Chiara Neuer is one of those that had a tricky start to her round. 3 bogeys in her opening 6 holes, the 17-year-old, who is, I think, only playing her 5th event of the year, so was going to tee it up last week, didn't. It was their kind of weather, wasn't it, really, about an hour ago?
You wonder what's beneath that duck. We are in Florida.
I haven't seen any alligators
yet. There's some very big monitor lizards. That's for sure. I've seen a couple of those. And I saw a couple of raccoons yesterday. Actually, I saw a family. We need the collective noun for raccoons because there was a family of them by the 12th hole yesterday.
This is over at the 8th hole where Carlota Ciganda is waiting to play her second shot. Looks like she's nicely on the fairway. Couple of bogeys, couple of birdies in her first 7 holes. Player who's missed the cut last couple of starts on the LPGA Tour, but had some good finishes. One of those that was amongst the contenders for the first major of the year. Now, there's some impressive scenery on the golf course. This is one of them, Sophie, isn't it?
Yeah, like Kate said, you know, there's been a few changes to this very flat landscape, and this is the 17th green, a par 3 with a waterfall towards the back edge of the green. Yeah, it's very noisy on that green, actually, because of that waterfall.
I know, but it's a demanding hole, isn't it?
Well, it's tough.
Honestly, they all are.
Yeah.
There's not an easy drive on this golf course, and Lexi was exactly right. The lines that you have to commit to, that's the important thing. That C word, commitment, around this golf course.
Well, the palm trees very much a feature in Florida. Unfortunately, the odd thunderstorm as well. Play stopped just before 3 o'clock local time, but we're just about to get back underway. Day 1 of the Aramco Team Series Florida, presented by PIF, is back underway. A delay of around an hour and 45 minutes. This is at the 7th hole. Another of the par 3s on this par 72.
From the left-hand side, Chiara Neuer. This will break from left to right. You need to be below this hole. Their playing partner's pin high and has no chance from where she lies, even though she is closer to the hole. This will break about a metre from left to right for the German. She can use the shadow of the flag. Just has to be careful. Anything low of the hole, it's going to run away quickly, low and right.
It's a half-hearted attempt by Chiara Neuer, but you still saw how much that released, but not the execution she was after. Decelerated into that ball.
Prime position for Carlota Sigander at 8.
Straight downwind, flag on 29, 6 from the left-hand side. Tries to hit the fade. Didn't get all of that one. I think she'll be thankful that it did actually jump over that bunker. Slightly fat shot there.
Kristina Napoliova.
You can see there, she's hitting it back into the slope. It's a huge curve on this 7th green, and they're just not judging it. They're scared of what I said about getting past the hole.
Just her 3rd start of the year. 79th on the race to Costa del Sol. Now it's interesting, 2 teenagers. She picked another teenager, didn't she? Chiara Neuer, she's 17. Natasha Nadeau is 18 years of age.
Well, I said she had the harder chip. Too easy. Nice little birdie too there.
Yeah, yet to miss a cut on the Aditi Nadeau. She's also another impressive youngster. Went to Q School as an amateur. Finished there in 3rd place. They really think highly of her in France, and we're starting to see that in her few appearances on the LET.
Axel Patan, he can pick a player, caddying right there. He's caddied for many years on LET and LPGA Tour, and those two having a good time out there. Very experienced caddy.
Yeah, a winner on the Axis Series last year in Gothenburg, while still an amateur.
Let's join Alison Lee for the United States, the winner in Spain a couple of years ago for the Aramco Team Series. It's been a struggle today, though, for Alison, the American. 3rd shot to the 9th. Come on, chase up. Needs to find some birdies now.
I thought I heard my voice there for a moment.
I was going to say, you're everywhere, aren't you?
It's like a nightmare, isn't it?
Really is.
One of me's enough, isn't it, really?
It's too much.
Back to the 7th, where it got a very testing par putt for Chiara Neuer. Ulf Samuelsson is the pro here. He's a Swede. He's playing in this group. Remember, the 2 best scores count. So Ulf, for example, plays off 16. He gets 11 shots. So the amateurs come in and play their part, particularly when the pros are like Kristina Napoliova and Chiara Neuer struggling for par here.
Oh, he gets a shot here.
Stroke index 11, isn't it?
Yeah, sneaks in. It'll be Neuer, though. And look at the movement on this putt. You can see how far left the German is aiming. He's going to swing to the right. This is to remain at 3 over par. It's such a difficult putt when it goes away from you. It just doesn't suit the eye. Much easier right to left putts than left to right.
Sophie, I spoke to a lot of the players after the round, also in the build-up to this event, and all of them were saying about the greens, particularly those that have come from France. Why is it so tricky for them?
Well, they've all been at Evian, and it's well known for its undulation over there, but back in Europe, it's early May. The greens aren't this quick. These are 12 on the stimp. You can see players, Aditi Ashok, for instance, she's changed to a lighter putter because of this green speed. She uses a heavier putter on the Ladies European Tour, and it's a big shock to the system having those putts roll out. You can read them, but the pace needs to be there. And that putt that we see there from Neuer, that's uphill, and you're like, this is 12 on the stimp. It gets in your head. It's important to grow up on Bermuda greens, I think, and Bermuda golf courses, which is why somebody like Lexi is going to do really well. If you're from Europe, playing in Florida is hard work. So have a look out for the few of the players that maybe went to college on this East Coast side. At least they've got some experience. That as a European, coming over to Florida is never easy to get used to the grass.
Kristina Napoliova, who was 2nd at the Aramco Saudi Ladies International last year behind Georgia Hall. Fantastic story, a player who had to quit her football career because of injury. When she was 17, she was playing for the Czech national team at that age level.
Yeah, she's been a footballer and a referee, and now a professional golfer. Chiara's just worried about doing her A-levels at the moment, never mind a tricky 3-footer. Managing school and being a tour professional.
Yeah, although one of the A-levels that she's chosen is I think, a bit of a cheat, because one of them's German, where, you know, her dad's German. I mean, and she speaks in German with him, so I should think she should do quite well in that one.
Yeah, but it helps though, doesn't it? Because they're quite tough A-levels. This is a tough putt now as well for Neuer. Come on, she's giving it her full attention.
There's another bogey, unfortunately, and it's been a tough start. 4 over par already.
Yeah, you can see that face. She is furious with herself. A very competitive player. Not the start that she'd have wanted. Saganda came up shy.
All right.
This is at the 8th, so it's a long putt. It is for birdie. This would be to move to 1 under, but I think she'll be very happy with a 2-putt. And look at that shot left straight away. A miscue from Carlotta, pin high.
Yeah, but I mean, 3 putts are just commonplace. A few players, Liz Young told me she, started the day with a 3-putt. Gabs Cowley had a 4-putt in her round of 70.
Well, and if you look at players like Lynn Grant, who's one of the best players from Europe, brilliant last year, she's racked up 3 double bogeys on her front 9 this morning. Momentary lapse of concentration around this golf course, you can come up stuck. It's tough for Annabelle Dimmock as well, 7 over par for Dimmock.
And I think, Sophie, that was a sign of a little bit of tentativeness because you're worried about the speed.
On this golf course, you need to be below the hole all the time. That's what all the players are talking about. And see Dimmock, they're opting to put that. With this grass, I like chipping anywhere around the green, even on the fringe, because the club can get so stuck into the ground. Annabelle had a tough start to the week, didn't get her golf clubs for the best part of 24 hours. It's never the preparation that any player wants.
Missed her first cut of the season last week at Evian. Made a fantastic finish to last year and then got her card at Q-Score. And if you want to know more about the Annabelle Dimmock story, she's one of the latest interviewees on the excellent Ladies European Tour Golf podcast. Johanna Gustafsson, their latest their latest guest.
Annabelle Dimmock, big fan of Annabelle Dimmock. A breath of fresh air. And now Carlotta Saganda. We know what a star she is on the Ladies European Tour. Maybe plies her trade on the LPGA, but has her work cut out here. This is a par now at the 8th to stay at even.
Just a touch of movement in this one. Keep it inside the hole, left to right.
Six times a Ladies European Tour winner, twice on the LPGA Tour, though it's a long time ago now since she had those wins on the LPGA.
Birdie now for Alison Lee. This would help the complexion of the scorecard. Looks good. Oh, fantastic. That's a good 3. Brings her back to 4 over in her opening round campaign. Can that be the momentum?
Well, Team Lee were 2 over par through 8 holes. We don't often see team scores of over par. Now, is that one of the monitor lizards you were talking about?
I don't think it's a monitor.
Is it not?
Beautiful. Look at the colours on that.
Fantastic.
Wow. That's stunning.
You can they can camouflage themselves, can't they?
Yeah, can they change colour? Can you have a word?
Maybe they can. I don't know. If it's a chameleon.
I still think it's a chameleon. Beautiful.
No.
Okay, we prefer those to what could be lurking in the water.
And they eat some of the dangerous insects around as well. West Palm Beach for this Aramco Team Series, Florida, presented by PIF. 67. It's, I don't think, going to be beaten. Well, it won't be beaten today because none of the players that are out on the course, I think, are going to be able to finish their round, given the weather delays that we've had. Superb place playing from Nuria Turias. Nuria, part of Team Rusan. So she's top of the individual leaderboard and the team leaderboard too. Pauline Rusan individually winning the Aramco Team Series event in Singapore, just ahead of the world number 3's team, Lydia Ko. Cassandra Alexander, who's won 3 team events at the Aramco Team Series. Well, let's hope the weather stays fair now. The forecast did suggest not just thunderstorms today. We had some yesterday around this time of day as well. Forecast as well for tomorrow. It's unseasonably hot. What I mean by that is you come to Florida, you expect it to be hot, but this is kind of the weather you expect July, August time of year as opposed to the middle of May.
I have a story about the lake there. I was driving around the golf course, and on the par 3 there was a Pro V1 in the water down the slope. I thought, I quite fancy one of them. Went to go down and then thought, what is in there? But don't put your arm in there, Sophie.
Did you leave the Pro V1?
I left the Pro V1 there. It was just right there. I thought if I've got a golf club I could get that, but I didn't.
It's tantalisingly close.
Yeah, you don't want to, and also you don't want to end up like Tom Kim. If you saw
yes.
Saw that yesterday at Oak Hill. There's the 60-foot waterfall that's at the back of this 17th green.
That's a real feature hole, isn't it, the 17th? It's a tough finish. Plenty of club required for your second into 18, but that 17th, down breeze today as well. So with water at the back, it is hard to control the tee shot. So coming down the stretch, we could expect some drama over the weekend, especially if that breeze keeps up. Looks a bit Jurassic Park-like, doesn't it?
Well, we saw the monitor lizard, or whatever it exactly was, almost dinosaur-esque.
Saganda's tee shot on the 9th. Playing 471 yards down the breeze. She has the power to get there. Just needs to avoid the bunkers that sit left and right in her landing area.
Yeah, once again we're going to bring you the energy meter powered by Aramco, which is a feature on all Aramco Team Series events this year. Team Saganda, like Saganda, Solheim Cup player Becky Brewerton. Great return to the tour last year, but you can't afford to miss the fairways here.
No, it's a difficult golf course already. When you start missing the fairways and you're having to navigate your way through the trees, through those oaks, it becomes very difficult indeed. But it's proving to be a tough assignment today for Chiara Neuer. So she dropped a shot at 8, so she's 4 over par. We saw Saganda come up shy on the 8th hole. Here we are. So Neuer needs the right distance. Can Dad give her the correct number to attack this pin, which is nestled at the back of the green?
Yeah, 29 yards on, needs to pitch it a minimum of 20 to get over that bunker and to access that back ledge. Bailed out there, just left that club face open through impact. He's out of sorts, the young German. Running hot.
Yeah, Dad's keeping his distance, I think, quite wisely. Napoleova next to go here on 8.
Got to be brave, got to fly it all the way over that bunker. You can see the pin tucked behind it. An abbreviated follow through for Napoleova. Has it got the distance? No, that's come up short. No real harm done. We did see a 3-putt from Saganda. Similar predicament, a little bit further away. There's not many easy holes on this golf course, are there, Sophie? Especially the par 3s. They are a real test, but you take your eye off the ball. It's very quickly run up a big number.
And this is a hole that doglegs from left to right. It's 416 yards, and the further you go down that hole, the more of a downslope you land on. That's not what you want when you're trying to flight it over that front left bunker, get some height to hold a back flag. It contradicts itself. You want to hit a high draw in here. That downslope wants you to hit a low fade. And that was the bonus, wasn't it, of being up on that ridge by that bunker and avoiding that downslope. Holds the back of the green.
First look today at Leanne Pace, South African. Started the day at the 10th. She's had 1 bogey, 1 birdie so far.
Well, that was a great shot in as well. Visually stunning hole, the 15th, that par 5. Ravine running all the way down the hole. And a good chance for a 4. Good back 9. Good closing stretch of holes.
Rolf Samuelsson, the Swede, playing his shot. That's unfortunately not going to hold on to the putting surface. Team score 1 under par. Remember, 16 under is what's setting the pace from Team Pauline Roussin.
Hardest hole on the golf course, according to the stroke index, the 8th hole. So he's going to get 1 shot, but I think he might need a couple more.
Yeah, I don't think Nuria Turios would say it's the hardest hole on the golf course, holding out for a 2.
Well,
she's gained a few shots on the field with that one. You can see the individual scores, even with that chip in. Natasha Nodo, like Chiara Neuer, having a tough time of things. Talking of tough time of things, where'd you go here?
90% air, Richard, maybe? I think you're probably more of an expert on this shot than me.
This is true.
The problem is, if you want to keep it low and you're on the upslope, if you're looking at trying to get closer to the green, look what you've got to face. No hitting through those, is there? She's trying to just visualise something here. Back in the stance. Turn the face over, keep it low, give it a little hook off that lie. This is a birdie hole. Under 500 yards, downwind. You can see her just avoiding the water there. And find this fairway, you can go for it in 2, especially with a front flag.
Becky, work to do. Let's drop back now to the 8th hole. Napoleova, this for birdie. Come on. Come on. It really is proving to be difficult for everybody. As you say, Richard, apart from Nuria Aturios, who walked away with a 2. Work there now for Napoleova.
Well, it was a beautiful shot in at 15 from pace.
Player that'll do well around here, not the longest, but very patient. Double breaker for Chiara Neuer.
Who's losing her patience, isn't she? Look at that, that steam pass, staring another possible bogey in the face.
Second shot now for Saganda at the 9th hole. Ball above her feet. And encourage right to left shape. Did not get hold of that one.
He's right in between clubs there, Kate. She has like a driving iron, and then the 5-iron there is that next one. She's in between, so she's gone for the 5-iron, just tried to hit it hard and never quite got it to that front edge.
It's back at the 8th.
Nadeau putting through the shadows here. Will run away from her, which can be hard to see. The shadows are affecting the grain.
But it's a chance for a birdie, and there are not that many birdies on the 8th. Can she take advantage of the approach? It's going to be a 4 for the 18-year-old.
There'll be so many players that misread the 8th. I was out there with one of the local caddies earlier on in the week, and there's a down the right-hand side, it breaks from right to left. Down the left-hand side, left to right. And then there's that point in the middle, which is right where that flag is, that it just can break either side of it. A misread from 20 feet. You can understand why she's looking back down on that hole. Axel getting involved, but that is why the 8th plays the hardest hole on the golf course, not just from tee to green. And I think this will be the toughest pin position for the players when it's back at the front of the green. They'll be coming in with 2 clubs less.
Napoleova shy with the first putt. This for a 4.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that, hasn't there, in this group so far. You know, you get team vibes going, a nice buzz. But when it all goes a little quiet and everyone's struggling and over par, difficult to get that team spirit. You can see they're all deep in their own pensive moments. Although the caddy looks happy enough.
It's happy. We need an Ulf to inspire them, the amateur. But now, once again, work cut out for Chiara, racing that putt by. This is for 4.
And the team format, being a captain, she'll want to have the best score. The other team members will be thinking, well, we know how good she is, maybe she'll be making some birdies, we just need to get the odd one. But it's just not been the case. Another par save. Very good. Let's hope she can carry some momentum. She can reach the 9th hole quite comfortably.
Well, they're going to be heading off to the 9th in a moment. And that's one of the holes where we're going to have, as in all our Aramco Team Series events, the energy meter powered by Aramco.
Some exciting news for 2023. The Aramco Team Series have a new piece of technology, the energy meter powered by Aramco. Players are going to hit tee shots and we're going to realise just how powerful they are thanks to the energy meter. The Ladies European Tour have gathered data from all the players in the field on their driving distance. We now know the potential and the benchmark that the energy meter can work against. On certain allocated tee shots, the energy meter will measure a player's spin rate, ball speed and vertical launch angle. This will then compare against the benchmark that we have from that player to see how well that shot is hit against their potential. What numbers are we looking for? Anything over 90% with the driver is a good shot. It's out of the screws. They're playing aggressive and they've hit the ball well. If you see a number drop to around 70% and they're hitting driver, they might not have caught it as well as they would like. And that's what's great about this energy meter. We see stuff that you wouldn't see to the naked eye. Now, if they've got a fairway wood or an iron, they're playing for position. The number will drop as well. It'll be around that 70%. Maybe they're trying to make par, but if the driver's out, it needs to be over 90% and they're playing aggressive and trying to make birdies. So there we have it, the energy meter powered by Aramco. We're going to see it all this season on the Ladies European Tour, a part of the Aramco Team Series presented by Public Investment Fund. It's going to get exciting and nerve-wracking, so keep an eye out for that meter because we're going to see some variance in those numbers.
Yeah, so we're going to see that on the 9th, the 13th and the 18th. We've had Kyle Berkshire here this week as well, the world long driving champion. So I know they tested him on the Aramco energy meter as well.
But he broke it. He hits it that hard. What
Probably.
did he get?
I can't reveal such things just yet. Maybe we'll find out.
Well, Chiara Neuer, she is one of the longest players on tour. Her and Anne van Dam, Pia Babnik. Driver, obviously, downwind, 471-yard par 5, looking for a big high draw. We can see her starting it down the path.
So she's got driver, so energy meter we're looking here at 90% plus.
Oh, that's mid-70s, just below 80%, so she didn't hit it out of the sweet spot for Chiara Neuer.
But the good news, it's on the short grass at least.
Yeah. It was interesting because Resumption, who won the Aramco Team Series in Singapore, and she won it by 4 strokes, she also finished at the top of the energy meter rankings. She was averaging 98% on that energy meter.
So just to remind you that it's the percentages of their benchmark hit, kind of the biggest hit they would have. Maybe sacrificing a bit of power there for her accuracy. Now, here's a player who not only has started the season well, but started this opening round really well. As good as anyone from the afternoon wave. Alice Hewson already had 3 birdies today.
Very good.
And here comes maybe another.
She can reach the 9th. Overshot that one. That's going to be up and over the mound into 15, but -3. Like you said, a very good round.
2 Sophie Walkers there for a second as well.
Face wide open for Carlotta. Too much nip on that.
Nobody seems to be finding the golf course very easy, apart from Alice Hewson right now, after that excellent start. She's been in America for the last few weeks. Got the late call-up to play in the International Crown.
Left to right, birdie try.
Yeah, she and Liz Young got the late call-up after the withdrawals on the Sunday before from Georgia Hall and Charlie Hull. Went to university out here, and her fiancé is an American. They met together at Clemson University.
And she'll be used to these greens as well. Played last week, played the TPC Sawgrass in Jacksonville, where the Players' Championship is played. So is used to these conditions, tropical conditions, Bermuda greens. Sagander is used to these conditions as well, as is based in America, in Arizona. But plays most of her golf on the LPGA. Now this, for a birdie at the 9th. Come on. Yeah, well played. Very nice.
Coming in with an iron to a par 5, you'd hate to walk off with a par. Nice bounce back out in 36.
Yeah, just the 3 pars on the card. 3 birdies and 3 bogeys as well.
It's that kind of golf course there. Can bite very quickly, but the birdies are out there.
Oh, look at this par 5. She's got wedge in hand, thinking birdie now. This for par for Hewson. Well done. 3 under par. She's currently in a share of 2nd place individually. Alice Hewson in the team events. She's playing with Chloe Williams, Emma Nilsson and the amateur David Cornwell. Team Hewson obviously only in the early stages. They're a couple under. The leaderboard in the team kind of changes quite a bit because 2 scores are counting, so a chance of quite a bit of fluctuation, but it'd be surprised if Team Rusan knocked off the top of their perch after what happened early this morning, along with Nuria Ituria's Trish Johnson and their amateur Michael Bickford leading the way at 16 under par from Team Co. Pauline Rusan picking Nuria Ituria's. Seemed a pretty good pick after she finished eagle birdie at 8 and 9 for a round of 67. Clara Spilkova and the Scottish rookie Louise Duncan with a round of 69. There is Hewson, who's made that fantastic start. Lexi Thompson with a round of 71. Linnea Johansson, another one who's having a pretty good afternoon so far. They won't get to finish the round today. Those out this afternoon. If you're just joining us, we had a weather delay of about an hour and 45 minutes due to thunderstorms in the area. So it would have sounded just before 3 o'clock local time.
Well, this is a view from behind the green at 9. It is a par 5. Certainly one of the easier holes on this layout. We saw that Kristina Napoliova left it short right off the tee, so there's plenty of work to do. Saganda in the middle. Saganda, I should say Chiara Noyo, sorry, in the middle of the fairway, able to get home in 2 with her distance. You can see how far ahead she is of her playing partner. Depending on the lie here now for Napoliova. She's going to try and bunt this down as far as she can. Water, as ever, a feature. Flanking the fairway all the way down the left-hand side. So I'll keep this right.
I don't know, Kate. 210. That looks quite a straight-faced iron.
Do you think she can get there? Be good if she could.
Gave it a very good go. Got a good lie in that rough.
Well, Chiara Noyo needs a little spark from somewhere. She's put herself in a good spot here down this 9th fairway.
Yes, one of the longest players on tour, only a teenager, 17 years old, already a winner on the Ladies European Tour, and is right in the go zone. A really good opportunity now for the German to capitalise, pick up 1 shot, maybe even 2.
Well, she's not used to it. She's got the lowest scoring average on the Ladies European Tour this year, under 70. I think 3 scores under 70 this week could well win you the event. But an eagle opportunity is coming up. That is more like it. Fantastic from Chiara Noyo.
And that's the magic she has. She has that X factor. Noyo, star in the making. Very confident player, that's for sure, but an eagle awaits at 9.
Well, she said she picked the brain of Alison Lee when playing with her at Sota Grande. Both of them turned professional at a young age. Here is Alison Lee. Tee shot on 11, flag 168 yards in the heart of the green. And that's what these events bring. People together that don't normally know each other, and you're more open to talk about what's going on in your life, how to help others because of that team environment. And Chiara Noyo said Alison Lee has been just brilliant to her in the 2 or 3 days that they had together in Spain. Never met before until then.
And Natasja Nadeau hoping for a flyer from the rough, because that'll be enough to get home in 2 on this par 5.
flag today, 8 on, so it's front edge. Makes it hard downwind. As it hits the green, can she hold it? Just left it out there, was playing for that right to left slinging shot off that line, just didn't get it.
At 471 yards, it is the shortest of the par 5s out on the course.
Well, this isn't an easy hole, Richard. 17, the par 3. Has it playing down breeze.
Well, this is a player who's had a hole-in-one in an Aramco Team Series event.
Oh, hello.
And she got another.
Oh!
Whoa, Lindsay Weaver nearly got it very right.
Driving range to the right of the line of palm trees. Fantastic practice facilities. The 9th hole from this aerial shot. The drone is up in the sky.
Well, that's the state of affairs in the individual side of things. 54-hole event, the individual event. So day 1 of 3, very nice for Nuria Iturrioz, the Spaniard from the Canary Islands. Round of 67, 5 under par. Clara Davidson-Spilkova, who's had a very solid start, winner of the KPMG Women's Irish Open last season, 69 from her. Louise Duncan, she got her car through Q School, even though she shot a round of 83 in the first round of Q School. What an amazing fight back that was from her to get herself on tour. Of course, you probably remember, if the name rings a bell, the last 2 AIG Women's Opens, she's been right up there. As an amateur a couple of years ago, she was one of the stars of the show.
Keep moving.
Thought you were talking to me for a moment.
Off you go.
Seeing many examples of double breaking puts, aren't we? That is not what you like to see. You want the continuous curve of the golf ball. You've got to read 2 puts in 1 when it's a double breaker, so just a par for the American.
Well, we don't want to see too many dark clouds around, particularly what came our way earlier. I mean, it was a nasty looking black cloud. Fortunately, more blue skies now than dark clouds around.
Good idea to leave it short on this 9th. You're pitching back up the hill into the grain. Keep it down the right-hand side. And leave yourself an uphill putt.
Yeah, finished outside the top 60, which means you're not sure last season what schedule we're going to have this year.
Now that's different to the last one we saw. That's a different species, isn't it? Chameleon.
I'm no Richard Attenborough, unfortunately. Another one left short by Annabelle Dimmock.
Not a lot of green to work with here. Flag only 6 from that right-hand side. She's well above it. Once it gets on the green, it's going to canter down past the hole. You've got to dare to land it in the rough here and hope it doesn't stop at the top of the hill. You think, how can it?
That's about as good a shot as she could have played. You could see her fanning the club face open, trying to pop it up in the air so it would land softly. But there is so much run out on these greens because they are slick. 12 on the stimp meter. Very, very difficult to get those to not run out beyond the hole. So it's going to be a putt for a birdie for Natasja Nadeau, the 18-year-old. But Chiara Neuer, her playing partner and team captain, has a putt for an eagle.
The team need it. Chiara needs it as well. This is in Team Alison Lee. Cody Crowell, who plays off 6.4. This is for a birdie.
A gross birdie. Get in. Fist pumps all round, making it look very easy. And he's looking cool out there when it's boiling hot.
Yeah, he's the MD of a real estate company. He actually said his favourite player is Neddy Corder, and last time he played in a Aramco Team Series event, he was in Team Jessica Corder. So I don't know if Jess was aware of that. It's a little bit awkward, yeah. But now he's in Team Alison Lee, so that's his new favourite player. What if Neuer can roll this one in? It would change the complexion. Not sure she's going to putt for eagle before Nadeau putts for birdie.
See if she can work this putt out ever so slightly left to right. Is it high enough? That's one of those where you think, oh, I needed to make a birdie there on 9. The back 9 full of water. Like Kate's been saying, there's very few opportunities to pick up a shot on this golf course, and this 9th hole is one of them.
Over. Team need it. Remember, 2 scores count, so they could do with another. That never getting there. So it's all over to the team captain, really.
I think Chiara will like that. For somebody so young, she really does like being in the mix. She turned professional early because of during COVID time. She's like, I can't get out and play because I'm an amateur. So got a couple of starts and took advantage of them. It's grown up in
15, wasn't
yeah, just grown up in front of our eyes, and this is what she likes. She does love being that centre of attention, and that's what you need to do. Like, you need to absolutely love all the limelight on you, that chance to make eagle, the momentum walk into that 10th hole. We talk about it all the time, like, okay, new 9, new you, this would be the way to start it, straight down the slope. Doesn't have to worry too much about break here. Anything, it's going to move from left to right.
Trickled it in, but pulled it out for a 3. And how about that to kickstart the back 9?
No birdies on the card, but she now has an eagle. And from 4 over, out in 38 now, 2 over par for Chiara Neuer. High 5 with Dad Tom.
And amazing, isn't it, how quickly the body language changes. A hole ago, Dad wasn't going anywhere near her. Now you got a high 5.
See, we all say body language, don't we? We were having this conversation yesterday, Sophie. Around these parts, they like to say body English.
Oh.
Which have you heard of that before?
I haven't. No, I lived in Florida for 4 years. It's college here, but no. I'll try and work it into the weekend.
Chiara Neuer, 7 back of the leader, Iturios. Iturios sitting pretty. Alice Hewson, 3 birdies opening 6 holes. Nobody on the Ladies European Tour this season has made more birdies than Alice Hewson. Finished in the top 20 in 12 of her last 14 Ladies European Tour starts. And the way she's began the opening round of this Aramco Team Series in Florida, maybe heading for another. Event 2nd of 5 in the Aramco Team Series. We've already been in Singapore, and that's where Pauline Roussan won individual title, her second LET win. And she is part of the team that's leading on the opening day here in Florida. So which university were you at in Florida?
Oh, it was a long, long time ago.
Oh, it was a couple of years ago, Kate,
you're
surely.
too kind. Florida State University. Let's go, Knowles. Yeah. Golfing there. What a time. Like being on the set of 90210, I described it. Oh dear, Lindsay Weaver-Wright isn't happy with that. And I think we're going to see that a lot this week,
Well,
Richard.
she almost got a hole in one, and she's at best going to walk off with a par 3 now. It's so frustrating, isn't it?
A lot of putts sliding past the hole, and then they just keep on rolling out.
That was to get to 2 under par. She hasn't got a drop shot on the car, but she'd have thought she'd have had a second birdie of the day right there. Nice to see the blue skies back.
Yeah, you've got 3 big universities in Florida. You've got Florida State, the Seminoles, you've got University of Florida, the Gators, and then you've got the University of Miami, the Hurricanes. And
you said Knowles, though, didn't you?
Seminoles.
Oh,
Go Knowles.
No. Oh, okay. Everything's got to be shortened, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Arch rivals against University of Florida and Miami.
Well, there's Linda Westberg's on the leaderboard as well, one of the veterans on tour. A couple of birdies early on. Still early stage of her round, as it is for her fellow Swede, Johanna Gustafsson. Gustafsson and Westberg playing together, Paz Martha Sants and Bruce Glasgow making up their team. Let's have a look at the 10th hole, which is coming up next for Chiara Noya. Start of the back 9, Kate.
And you won't be surprised to hear that there's water on this hole.
Really?
Yes, I know. A big surprise. It sweeps around to the right-hand side, so you've got to pick your line off the tee. Ideally to that corner, as that opens up the green with the approach. Under 400 yards at the 10th, but it's all about precision. A good drive, not much club in required with your second. We know the greens aren't that big. They are fast, and so precision and getting onto the right plateau is key. Front left today.
Yeah, there's an aerial view of that 10th hole. West Palm Beach area. Chiara Noya off the back of that great eagle. It's a question, how much does she bite off here? With her power, she can bite off quite a bit.
A lot. And especially she'll be pumped after that eagle as well on 9.
Don't want to get too greedy, though.
Oh, quite the shape. A little bit too much right to left. No real harm done, because there's no hole that's too long for Chiara Noya, not with her average drives of 290. She can hit the ball an incredible long way. So tall, 6 foot tall as well.
And a reminder that Chiara Noya, as a team captain, even at the age of 17, team captain, she got to choose a player in the draft, and she picked Natasha Nadeau. And then Kristina Napoleova was randomly came out, and an amateur attached to the group as well. And here he is, Ulf Samuelsson. Now hold on, this could be perfect, you know.
Oh, and he's there for nothing as well. He's got a shot on this hole. Stroke index 8. He gets 11 shots.
Owner of Samco Holding South.
It's a great chance for these amateurs, and they absolutely relish the opportunity to play with 3 professionals. Very friendly on the Ladies European Tour. There's good camaraderie out there, good teamwork.
Now, she says her favourite club is her driver, as Nadeau, so we'll see it in action here.
I wonder if Ulf feels like he's got to babysit. Chiara's only 17 and Natasia's 18 years old. He's the father figure in this 4-ball.
And Christina's a veteran, I suppose, in comparison at 24.
took the Tiger line 230 to carry the bunker. It did look like it started a touch right of that, so we'll have to wait and see.
Trump International Golf Club, the staging of the second of 5 Aramco Team Series events in 2023. The Aramco Team Series presented by PIF Florida. This is the state of affairs in the individual leaderboard. Nuria Turrios with that wonderful eagle birdie finish, 2 ahead of both Clara Davidson-Spilkova and Louise Duncan. Part of Team Rusan, and another member of Team Rusan is going to be with us very shortly. They have a 3-shot advantage as far as the team side of things is concerned. Really is a spectacular looking golf course. This is over at the 10th hole where we just saw Chiara Neuer teeing off, and that's a par in for the Spaniard, who I'm sure is going to be part of Suzanne Pedersen's European team at Finca Cortazin in September. And attached to that golf club is a certain Nuria Turrios, who was part of Team Rusan. And another member of Team Rusan has joined us in the commentary box, Trish Johnson. Trish, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
Must have been a fun day out at Trump International today.
She's quite good, Nuria, isn't she? You know, you're going to get paired with someone, like that, and Pauline Rousson. And I have to say, kudos to our amateur, Michael, who played great today.
Do you know Michael's background? Did he tell you about it?
Well, he lives in West Sussex.
Yeah.
And lived there for 20-odd years.
Apparently he was a top polo player. Did he tell you about that?
No, he didn't, but actually, right, Pauline was trying to explain to me what he used to do. Not sure she quite understood polo, because it was definitely not that which came out with.
No, he played like for some of the best teams, so you've got someone who's competed at a good level in that team.
Yeah, to be honest, you could tell a little bit. He had something about him.
Yeah. Now, we've got you in the commentary box, which is really what you're doing more nowadays, Trish, than playing in events like this.
Yeah, I kind of with a heavy heart. I love playing, and it's very difficult to play the odd event. I've got to be honest. These girls are so incredibly good. You know, that's a difficult situation, but I've got to be realistic, Rich. I love working with people like you, and so if you know that, so, you know, here I am.
Yeah, and the $10 is coming a little later. Now, tell us about this 11th hole, par 3.
Yeah, the par 3s here are unbelievably strong. They really are. Becky Brewerton, tee shot in, doesn't like it. Pulled it left, I think. Oh, ouch. Yeah, really good holes. This one's actually probably one of the easier ones, if you like. It's just a 7-iron in there today, but the green's really quite firm. Releasing on that hole a lot. All 3 of us went to the back of it.
On a scale of courses, you played on the LPGA Tour many years. Did you play the LPGA Tour event here?
I didn't, no. My first event ever actually on the LPGA was just down the road at Stonebridge Country Club in 1988. But no, this is strong. Man, this is one of the toughest courses I've played in a long time. And actually, even Roussan said that today, how the setup is as tough as she's faced.
Yeah, and as a result, we are seeing some scores that tricky. Annabelle Dimmitt, we've seen struggling with the pace of the greens as well.
It's got the fairway wood trying to chase one between all the bunkers down this left-hand side of 12. It's 2 big hits to get equal to that pin, but not what you want. A bunker blocking her view and just trying to chase something. The par 5s players are thinking that might be our only chances of getting some birdies.
Chiara Neuer's just had an eagle at 9. How penal is the rough? She's here at 10, just down the left flank.
Do you know what? It very much depends. It's luck of the draw. What you have got to be careful, if you've got a half decent lie, is a flyer. And once the flyer comes, my word, you're in all sorts of trouble, because a lot of these greens as well, hitting into these pins, if it's down grain, you can absolutely just get one right, going and going strong. So, like that, you can see it's just so difficult to get the ball to stop out of there. But that's a decent shot from there.
And then look to her dad as if to say, I hit that well, it was the right number. But you get a bit of grasp between ball and club, the spin rate drops and it comes out a club longer.
Have you played with Chiara yet?
I haven't, actually, no. I've seen her on the range a few times. She's tall, isn't she?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, she gives it a real rip. I saw her drive at down 18 in Saudi. My word, drive 7-iron into 18, that's madness.
Yeah, just a totally different line to everybody else, isn't it? And that's what you need around this golf course, isn't it? You need length, but you also need to hit it straight.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's the difficulty. You know, it's great having the length, but you have got to knock it straight as well. And Aturius and Roussan today, jeepers creepers.
So you're playing in Team Roussan. Pauline's from living in West Palm Beach now. Did you know that?
Yes, I did,
so,
yeah.
It's got to be a team barbecue later this evening, hasn't there?
Well, I was a little bit disappointed. Haven't been invited to anything. Maybe two birdies and a couple of decent pars wasn't enough. I think she was a bit disappointed in me, to be honest, team captain.
I get the impression she can party, both of them. So, I mean, I hope you're not flying back early, because if you do well this week, that will be an incredible party, Trish.
I'll tell you what, she won't be the only one if we do well. I'll be there, don't you worry.
Well, you got nothing to celebrate with the football, unfortunately. So.
Oh, you had to bring that up, didn't you? You had to bring that up.
Great season for Arsenal. Great season. Just not quite the finish. But 16 under par, were you aware of how everyone else was going and what you were doing?
To be honest, there weren't a lot of leaderboards early on, and then all of a sudden we saw this leaderboard with Lydia Ko at the top at 10 under, and we all looked at each other and said, we're 11, aren't we? And it was very bizarre. Like we didn't appear until almost 18.
So Natasha Nadeau unfortunately went into the water here at 10. Just trying to cut off too much.
I've got to be honest, 10 is one of the hardest opening holes you're ever going to play in any sort of professional game.
Is that where you started today?
It's where it started. The group in front of us, 3 of them all hit it in the water. Then Pauline hit it in the water, and you can imagine I was going nowhere near water.
You went trees left,
I went left, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's out of bounds long left as well. And as a right-hander, you stood over that tee shot, you have a quick look up, and all you see is the lake, and that's where she finds herself. So third shot, should I say, shooting down the flag. 10 on 6 from the left. Can she hold this green?
So what time did you actually tee off this morning? Because you started, as you say, at that 10th hole. That must seem like a couple of days ago now.
Yeah, absolutely. 8:51, so we were the last group off this morning. And I got to be honest, we waited every single shot. I did turn around and say to the others, the group behind us must be having a great time, not realising there was no one behind us, because they weren't waiting. But cracking shot in there from Hagland, really got the ball. You can get some spin on these shots, it just kind of depends. If you get one downwind, very tricky, and there's a couple of pins out there today, absolute stinkers. 1 on 7 and the 1 on 2. Somebody woke up in a very, very dodgy mood.
The 1 on 7, we were talking about this earlier. If you're pin high left on 7, you can't keep it on the green.
Mate, I was 6 feet, best shot I hit all day, 6 feet, pin high left of the flag, and I looked and thought, oh my God.
Alison Lee found her ball, but no easy proposition here. Although should cling on. Slow down. Yeah, okay.
Looks like the wind's getting up this afternoon as well. And the one thing players, I mean, quite pleasant because it's very hot out there. The wind will be nice as far as playing it, but I tell you what, it's going to make it even trickier.
Alice Hewson on the 17th tee box, par 3, 195 yards. You need to carry it at least 185 if you choose to go directly at this flag.
Just dropped a shot at 16, so back at 2 under par now, the English player. As that, I don't think that's carried, that's in the penalty area. So just dropped your first shot of the day, and now trouble at 17 for Hewson.
This is quick, isn't it, Trish? From the back edge here, down grain.
Yeah, she's got a decent light, which helps. Can see most of the ball, but yeah, she's just got a... Judging the first bounce with these ones, that's the thing, because they'll run out, there's no question about that.
Well, where were you with your game at 17?
Actually, we all hit great shots. We all hit 6 irons.
I meant years of age.
Oh, 6. Oh, blimey.
17. She's 17. I thought,
sorry, the whole. Where was I?
No, you didn't.
Jesus. At that age, I was still playing amateur golf. I was still just about playing junior golf, I think. Come to think of it, under 18 or. Yeah, honestly, these girls, they amaze me. Absolutely amaze me. They're so good at such a young age. And the interesting thing is, I don't think you see this on the men's tour either. You don't see young 16, 17-year-olds coming
very
out.
Rarely.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
But there's more and more of this on our tour, and certainly the LPGA. You look at Titigan, you look at someone like that, and it's incredible, really. It's a great standard, it really is.
I think they see those role models. Lydia Ko, for instance, seeing what she's done over the past decade, and they're going, well, why? I need to get out there. Neuer is carrying on with her studies. Here's somebody that did go to university, Kylie Henry. She was at Stirling.
They're part of Team Saganda. I don't think 16 under is going to be toppled at least today, Trish, which is where your team are part of, Team Roussan. 3-shot lead over the moment over Team Ko and Alexander.
It was a very enjoyable day, even if I say so myself.
Great attempt from the doe there. She's a veteran 18. Tasha.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, you obviously know them, Soph, because you make an effort to know what. But sometimes I walk down the range and I think, nope, oh no, that one, nope.
When you look at the date of birth and it's 2000 or something, you get worried.
Yeah, extraordinary.
Do any of them? I mean, I don't have to name names, but has any of them come up to you, Trish, at all? Because
no, they really don't do that. To be honest, no, I've never really found that. I've found that they're, depending on if you get talking to them, I think they're very. I mean, I had a great chat today with Pauline Russo. I know Nuria because I'd captained the Queen's Cup team in Japan when she played, and that was her first year on tour, and she was amazing. And so I've always sort of looked at her career and watched her play, and wow, I mean, I look at her and I think she's turned into an amazing golfer. I just don't think she knows it. There's so many of these players that are so good. This is another one, Alison Lee, but it's almost as though they just don't know how good they are. The confidence level is just, they don't win enough for as good as they are. They're just amazing golfers, and Nuria definitely is very high up on that list.
So she goes again, shot 3 as it is, having gone in the penalty area. That was also coming up short.
Well, it was the same distance, wasn't it? Just one was that 10 yards further right and wet.
You want to have your game on the par 3s here, I tell you. It's so difficult with par 3s on this golf course. They're all pretty long. No, there's no little short ones, and there's trouble lurking in most areas.
We'll get there eventually, Cody. Well done. Didn't matter anyway.
It's a tough course for amateurs, isn't it?
Yeah. The simple answer to that is yes, it is. And if they have to go and play 27 holes tomorrow, I hope they sleep well.
Now we saw Alison Lee go beyond with her chip shot, then knocked it back to here. So this is for the 5.
Yeah, well holed. Difficulty with the putting out there is if you get one, if you just sort of don't concentrate for 2 seconds looking at the putt, you can knock one 10-foot past. I know that sounds a bit extreme, but it's true. Because they are so quick in certain areas, and when you get one down grain, downwind, wow.
Have the tour told you what, given that we had an hour and 45-minute delay today, what to expect tomorrow? I'm assuming your tea time is going to be pushed back for round 2.
Well, yeah, I would imagine so. We were last off anyway at 1:51, so I might get to see the Forest Arsenal game, so that's a bit of luck, isn't it? That'll make me miserable before I go out, won't it?
I was going to say, where was the luck? Annabelle Dimmick, unfortunately, not had much luck today. This, at least it's gone in for a 5. Another one that's been a recent guest on the Ladies European Tour Golf podcast. George and Nicola asking the questions, very entertaining. Jenny Hugland, who has had her struggles really the last few years, a player that won on the Symetra Tour, Ladies European Tour, went to America expecting big things, but it's been a rocky road the last couple of years for her.
Yeah, I saw it's the 5-year anniversary since winning in Morocco, and got caught in between tours, really, Richard. And that was the problem, jetting off to America, just getting into some events, not preparing, missing the cut, trying to fly back, and that's hard, not having a base and a secure schedule to play. Add to that the COVID years. Just got caught up in the middle of everything, really. He's a better golfer than her ranking suggests.
Third time the Ladies European Tour has been in the United States. The first Aramco Team Series events we had in New York. This time we're in Florida. And the Sunshine State living up to its title right now, at least, despite those weather delays we had a little bit earlier. And it's Team Rusan who head the way. Trish Johnson alongside us in the commentary box right now. Part of that team who has a 3-shot advantage over the teams led by Cassandra Alexander, who's a bit of a specialist in these events, and Lydia Ko. Nuria Turio's also in that team with Trish, who has that 2-shot advantage over the Scottish rookie Louise Duncan, and Clara Spilkova, who's a winner again last season. There is Cassie Alexander, played with Gabs Cowley, both of them round in 17. Linda Westberg, another former Solheim Cup player, going along nicely. And Danny Holmquist, who I believe is a member here at Trump International. Course knowledge, she's 1 under.
Chiara Neuer next to play. Where are you looking at landing this one on the 11th, Trish?
Well, as on all these par 3s, so if you've got to land it just short, because they all released. This one was playing slightly downwind today. Well, it was when we played it. This was just 7-iron in here today, this morning. Now with Chiara, I'd hazard a guess it's probably a 9, I would think. Maybe a little 8, depending. It might be a little bit into the wind this afternoon. But she hits it so high as well. That's a massive advantage on these quick greens.
Flag today, 20 on, 8 from the right-hand side. Nearly slam dunks that one.
Yeah, all over the flag, wasn't it? Absolutely perfect. Just released a little bit. Probably pitched it a couple of yards too long. Can't be too angry at that, though.
She said in her first Ladies European Tour event when she was with her dad caddying for her, it was in Dubai where she lived, and on the par 3s they were always flying at 20 yards long, and they had the yardage book out, and she realised that Dad's colourblind, he couldn't get the red numbers. So he apologised to her.
So the game's not hard enough.
She said, I never used a yardage book. I'd always used lasers. And she looked at this yardage book and thought, that blows my mind. Dad, can you use it? And the poor guy's colourblind.
Oh, that's brilliant. 16 years of age and the game's just too easy, isn't it? Let's make it harder.
13th hole, Dimmock, very narrow fairway to hit here. Oh, that's long. That is flush, just short of 300 yards. It is to the drain that we see in the middle of that fairway. So good shot there by Dimmick. Moving on to Hayley Davis.
Yeah, played very nicely in France last week, did Hayley. One of those who contended, finished top 10, which is what got her into this week. Oh. Threatened the albatross there.
Ran that one up, didn't she? Yeah, I think Hayley's one of those people that's really actually benefited from the Rose Series events. It's given her a lot of confidence. She's done very well in them, and I think that that has then sort of, you know, moved over into the main tour, which is great to see, because it's not easy when you just come straight out on tour and you're not getting any results. You need to get confidence. Where do you get your confidence from? You know, it's chicken and egg, really, but it's good to see.
Yeah, and also these Aramco Team Series events. She won more money in 2021 than anybody else in the Aramco Team Series.
Yeah, that's extraordinary, isn't it? It really is. And yeah, they certainly have their place. There's no two ways about that. It's obviously, you know, the players are playing for the individual as well, but there's a lot of players that, you know, the team event is a massive part of this.
Anna Gustafsson and Linda Westberg playing together, both a couple under. So they're a team to watch out for. Maggie Zimmermacher, whose brother is caddying for Nuria, I think, isn't he? Santiago?
Oh, is that who it is?
Yeah.
Oh, nice fella. Yeah.
Did he have a funny hat on, Trish?
Yeah, he's the one
Yeah, so that's him. Yeah.
Dodgy hat, yeah, the dodgy hat. That's him. Yeah, nice guy.
Yeah, so
yeah,
that's
really
Maggie's brother.
Ah, excellent.
I'm giving you lots of knowledge
You
for chat
are.
tomorrow, aren't
Absolutely,
you? With
yeah.
the polo player now and the...
Blimey, I'll have to chat to people. Whatever next?
I think you'll be out there for 6 hours. Oh, and the rest.
And the rest. Yeah, well, you're joking, aren't you? That'd be good. It's a stunning golf course, I have to say. It really is. It's in great nick. And there's a lot of water on this golf course. I must admit, the first time I saw it, I thought the amateurs were going to take a lot of golf balls out there. I don't know why I said that. I lost 5 balls the first day I played, so...
I didn't want to drop you in it. I had breakfast with Trish on the first day. I said, how does the course? She said, I just lost 5 golf balls yesterday.
You'd be pleased to know I did not lose a single one today. It's a huge improvement.
I think I counted 15 holes with water on them.
Well, if there's a day to lose golf balls, it's practice day rather than...
that was my thinking entirely,
itself.
Rich. Yeah.
Yeah, so Jenny Haglin and Annabelle Dimmock striding down the fairway.
It's a tough decision, isn't it? You were talking about Jenny Haglin earlier, and I was thinking that, you know, that a lot of these players go and play the LPGA, and you almost feel as though if our tour just had maybe, I don't know, 5-6 more tournaments at 500,000, you know this Lasea this year's $1 million. I think a lot of these players would actually stay here.
Well, there's some that have. You know, Johanna Gustafsson could have gone to Q Series, decided not to. Liz Young also chose that, you know, she didn't want to go. So there are players now that feel the schedule is enough now on the Ladies European Tour that if there is an option to go to the US, maybe they don't feel they need to. I mean, it's a carrot that's dangling.
True, but I think we could hold on to a couple of players a bit longer. I totally understand they want to go to the LPGA, but the likes of Steph Kyriakou, I'd have loved to have had her for just another year or so.
Tell us about this 13th hole, Trish.
I would do if I could remember it, Rich. Right, it's 390 yard par 4. It's a pretty straight hole. Bunkers down the right hand side to avoid those 3. Well, that one bunker on the left-hand side does come into play. The pin today is back on the left-hand side, if I remember rightly. Slopey green, this one really is. And I tell you what, a lot of them are like that. Nuria actually got close to so many holes today, but I have not seen too many other players knock it to sort of 5-6 feet on any of these holes because it's so difficult to get it to stop.
I think with the raised greens as well, Trish, you're just coming in at a flatter landing angle, so you aren't getting that stop. Here on 13, it just plays a couple of yards uphill, especially to that back left flag. Left-hand side will suit a draw for these players. 140 yards to the front, 160 to the flag. Start it at the TV tower and let it move from right to left.
So Trish, you're going to be leaving us in a moment. So tomorrow is a kind of an exciting day, really. Potentially, you're going to go out in the afternoon. Maybe the conditions are going to be a little windier, a little trickier, and the likelihood you know you're not going to finish. Maybe you have to come back Saturday morning to complete things. So it's another long day ahead, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's not going to be, I'm not going to be playing till late afternoon. That's just one of the things that you have to deal with when you play professional golf. You know, these things happen every now and again. So, actually, as far as I'm concerned, I have a nice lay-in, which is pretty, I look forward to that, to be honest. But, yeah, exciting day ahead.
Well, unfortunately, this group not quite having a similar kind of day as Team Resumption, which Trish is very much a part of. But nice. Well, more than a nice big hit down 13 here from Dimmitt.
Needs the same type of shot as Haglund. Start it at the edge of that TV tower and let it drift from right to left. Going for the high left to right. Is it enough? Just got that front of the green between bunker and flag. Jenny Haglund pin high left there. So a good look at birdie for the Swede.
This is in team Alison Lee. Alison, who won the Aramco Team Series event individually in Soto Grande.
Yeah, really strong player, Alison Lee. Hits the ball a long way. It's a little bit lower than a lot of the players with her driver, but then gets some great, bit of spin on her irons. Really strong player.
She set herself up for a good birdie look there. She's made a decent start. That'll take her to 1 under if she can pop it in. Trish, thanks so much for popping in, and I'm sure we'll catch up again in a commentary box not too far away, and hopefully we're going to see you in some good action tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope so, Rich. Yep, looking forward to it.
Good, and good luck to Arsenal as well. As the state of affairs, Trish very much a part of Team Resumption, along with Pauline Resumption and Nuria Turios and their amateur Michael. Off to 11, and this is a birdie look for Chiara Neuer.
Looking to keep that momentum. It's that double breaker we've been talking about. I've seen her this emotional on a golf course. I thought she handled it really well when she took down Charlie Hall in a playoff in Saudi. She looks a little bit up and down, and that's something that when it's really hot out there, just that extra energy, you just don't need to waste it.
Yeah, you can understand though, made that eagle, you thought fresh start, and then to drop a shot at 10, miss out with the birdie look there at 11. Here's Hayley Davis for her eagle at the hole where Neuer made hers. Needs to sit down.
A little bit of clearing up for the German. She'll be just happy that she's actually hitting some good shots now. It's like fairways and greens, and she can get home on 12, the par 5. Get home in 2, look to make another birdie or even an eagle like she did on the 9th. Let's have a look at the 12th. You can really sling one from right to left on this dog leg. Hook those trees down the left-hand side at 531 yards. And is playing a crosswind. Layup down that left-hand side, just left of those 3 bunkers. If you're going for it, obviously that water's on your mind, so the bunker left is very, very popular. Flag's right in the middle of the green today. 18 on, 6 from the left-hand side. Becky Brewerton hitting her 3rd shot in there.
If you're just joining us, out this morning with the likes of Lexi Thompson and Lydia Ko. Following their progress against tomorrow, Lynn Grant as well, who had a really poor start to the day, but hung tough, kept herself in things. So we're watching the players who've gone out this afternoon, but have seen their round delayed by a thunderstorm that broke up this opening round for them by an hour and 45 minutes.
Captain Zagander misjudging that 3rd into the 12th. Caught a few heavy maybe. Saw that on 9 as she came up short. You can see how she's just working on her action through the golf ball there.
So that the state of affairs. Day 1 of the Aramco Team Series in Florida. Back to the par 5 12. Kylie Henry, Trish Johnson, great to have her in the commentary box, but delighted to say back alongside us is Kate Burton.
What a good shot to come into as well. That's a lovely shot from Kylie Henry. Always good to hear from Trish, isn't it, with her experience. She's got good stories to tell. She's over the moon about her team score today, that's for sure.
Yeah.
She wanted a margarita tonight. I said, no, Trish, you've got to focus on your golf.
Why can't she have a pizza?
She could do that. I'll drink the margaritas.
I knew what you meant. I was just playing. Beautifully holed from Jenny Haglin in for her 3. Needed that. So Team Lee get 1-3 on the card. And the captain has the opportunity for another hit. Remember, 2 scores count. And this is for Alison Lee to get to 1 under par for her round.
Well, remember that day in Sota Grande when it was blowing a gale on an incredibly hard, tree-lined, undulating, windy, warm day. One of the rounds of the year. And that's why I had it in my mind to do well this week. That low ball flight Trish was talking about be perfect when the wind gets up here. Just not enough there down the slope.
Well, they only moved them from 2 to 3 under par through 13 holes. They will get the calmer conditions tomorrow morning, albeit that they'll probably be slightly delayed, so that just maybe takes away a little bit of that advantage. You can see the breeze has certainly picked up. When Trish and Team Resumption went out just after 8 o'clock this morning, it was hardly a breath of wind.
But even par finds Alison Lee in a tie for 12th place. Only 5 shots off the lead, so she could pick up a couple of birdies coming down the stretch. That would stand her in very good stead at the weekend.
Well, some beautiful aerial shots of Trump International. Not too far away from the sandy beaches and the Atlantic Ocean. Not too far away from the famous Mar-a-Lago club as well, where Some of the players stayed when they had the LPGA Tour events here. In those days, the course record from that was 65, so 67 today from Nuria Iturios. It's been the low score of the day. Becky Brereton.
Trying to work it around from right to left. It's good. It's straightened up. I think she thought it was going to move more towards the hole. A slight double breaker at the very end. But good for pace, Becky. I used to play a lot of amateur golf with Becky. She's been on tour for many years. It's a bit of a early 2000s team, this, with Kylie Henry and Carlotta Zagander. Should be the fourth member, really.
Olivia Cowan, first look for her today. Couple over, but this is closing hole of the front nine, the par 5.
Oh, come on, that's a good bounce. That's an even better result. An eagle putt awaits Olivia Cowan. No, it's certainly up the complexion of the scorecard. Couple over par, return a score of even should she pop that one in.
Off the sands for birdie on 17. Few and far between. 195-yard par 3.
I'll tell you what, Team Gustafsson are a team to look out for, because we know her and Linda Westberg are going well. Paz Martha Sands rolling in there. Bruce Glasgow, their amateur. So watch out for Team Gustafsson.
I've just gone to 8 under par. So
which is
them inside the top 10.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a good pace this afternoon.
Zagander chip to here. The reason it was short was anything long of this flag. The grain takes it, goes back down the slope. So this was a decent leave. Back up the hill from left to right.
Well, it's a half-hearted attempt, though, from Zagander, and that was for a par on a par 5, the 12th. You certainly don't want to be dropping shots. It's a difficult golf course enough, but make a 6 on a par 5 like the 12th. You are giving up shots to the field.
You know, she's had a mixed bag this year. A couple of missed cuts the last 2 weeks by one shot on the LPGA Tour. She played well at the Chevron. Played brilliantly well at the LA Championship as well. So she's had some good weeks and some indifferent ones as well. Henry. Hers attempt now.
Just hit it at the edge of her shadow on the left-hand side here.
Very nice. Her fellow Scot, Louise Duncan, amongst those that posted around in the 60s today. Really felt she was finding her best game at the start of the season, but hasn't quite come out in the results for her so far. This is Haneen Anbersi, their amateur. Unfortunately, not to be for Haneen. Oh, I think we can pick that one up. Gotta keep going. Come on now. All right. Eventually.
I kind of want to see her hold it now. Okay, on to the next. Onwards and upwards.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? I bet maybe in 3 or 4 great shots and we see that.
The joys of television.
Yes, indeed. So they're off through the trees to 13, where we have our energy meter powered by Aramco. Basically, the energy meter is how much energy a player has put into a shot, so that the meter's going to be on holes 9, 13 and then 18. And it's based on the ball speed, spin rate, vertical launch angle, and the golfer's benchmark, so their maximum potential distance. So somebody's 98% like Chiara Neuer and maybe Aditi Ashok, doesn't mean they're both good. If they both hit it 98%, they both hit it 300 yards. It's to their potential. There's a few long walks through, but a pleasant one, I think, given the shade you will get through the trees there through 12 and 13. So this is where they're off to next.
Well, the good news is there's no water on 13. One of the only holes, but it's a very narrow landing area. Bunker on that right-hand side. The first one starts at 192 and the second one finishes at 250. So you can imagine that's right where these players are pitching the golf ball. If you do manage to find the fairway, though, just a short iron in your hand and a back left flag for most of these drawers of the golf ball, that is right where you want to be. Hit the fairway, a chance of making birdie. Miss it, you're struggling for your part.
Okay, let's crank up that energy meter powered by Aramco. Looked a nice hit.
Bisecting the fairway for Kylie Henry. 142 ball speed generally means 2 yards for every mile per hour, so that's a good drive from Henry. And now Becky Brereton also out with the driver.
Well, someone needs to feed the energy meter, I'm afraid.
Oh, drilling it.
Yeah, that's part of the problems she had. There you go. There's the energy meter. Just drilled a low one, didn't she? But that was part of the issue she had, wasn't it, with her tee shots? Great to see her smoking one down the middle there.
Had the yips, full swing yips to Becky Brereton, and has managed to fight them. That's the flight that I remember Becky Brereton hitting, that teeing it down, fizzing one in there, and the fairway finder, hence why it was more of a 71% on that energy meter.
Carlotta Saganda looking forward to that Solheim Cup on home soil. I wonder how many Spaniards will be in the team. I think we can put her name down.
And I think she's going to have company as well. Yeah, sneaks down the right-hand side for Saganda. Over 80% on the energy meter. Powered by Aramco. I think, I mean, you want to have players like Anna Palaith-Trevino, don't you? She's a little firecracker. She'll get the crowd going.
Well, but it's just such a competitive team
tough.
now. Eagle putt for Olivia Cowan. Come on. Come on.
Come on.
Well done. Back to level par in the blink of an eye. High five. Don't leave me hanging. Yeah, that's got the team buzzing.
Caddy Ryan on the bag this week for Olivia Cowan, playing on the Challenge Tour. Used to play on the DP World Tour. He's loving his week in Florida.
There's some caddies that playing in the Aramco Team Series event, Team Headwall.
Oh yes, there are indeed. Yes, Ollie Brett is playing. One of the caddies, she's caddy for Daniel Kang, and he's actually one of the amateurs teeing it up this week with Jeff Brighton on the golf bag for him, carrying Ollie Brett's clubs. The world's gone mad.
Well, we know that. Beautiful shot again from Alison. Again. Surely birdie this time.
That's a great shot because you can't see how good that is. That's really one of the most elevated parts of the golf course. It's exposed to the elements, and drilling that one in beautifully. One of the best we'll see today.
These two have been toe-to-toe with their tee balls. Dimmock and Lee. That's always handy. Just get a feel for what the wind's going to do when you've got a bit of loft in your hand. You can see it's like a wedge here for Dimmock. Flag today. 19 on 6 from the right hand side. Straight downwind.
have been damaged there. Well, Team Lee ticking along well. Team Gustafsson are going best of any of the afternoon starters. They've got themselves into the top 10. Won't see them on the leaderboard itself, but they have got themselves on course to maybe catch Team Rusan, who lead the way. Trish Johnson, who is with us in the commentary box alongside Pauline Rusan and Nuria Iturios. Lydia Ko's team going well. Teresa Maletska and Marianne Skarpnord, her teammates. And they all have an amateur too. Cassandra Alexander with Gabs Cowley in her team. There are Team Gustafsson. So they've already caught Team Headwall, who we were talking about just before. And they've only played 8 holes of this opening round. That's how well they're going. There's Team Lee there at the bottom of your page. 36 teams in all. And here's the individual leaderboard. And mention Johanna Gustafsson. Anna Hewson got it to 3 under par early on, but we saw her go in the penalty area at the par 3 17th. Linda Westberg moving back from 2 to 1 under par as well. Liz Young finished her round with a birdie for a round of 72. She's gone from home to California to France, back to the US. She'll be back home after this as well. Sandra Finardi's been impressive. #1 player on the Rookie of the Year race. Level par at the moment for her, as we rejoin Becky Brewerton after that nice tee shot at 13.
Pin is tucked back left on 13. Now Kylie Henry a chance to get close. It's a good position down the middle of the fairway. Needs to find some birdies. It's been a struggle today for Henry. Staring at this. Hard to follow in the sun.
Back to one of the holes, really, one of the few holes on this golf course where you're thinking, I can make some progress here. Pernilla Lindberg, 5 years now since she won her major championship, the Chevron Championship, or the ANA Inspiration as it was known in those days.
Front flag, downwind for the Swede, just trying to chop one up from left to right, trying to get the spin to hold the green. Not too bad. But 3 over par, needs that one for birdie.
They've got a young teenage girl as an amateur in their group. Let's rejoin Chiara Neuer, who's had an up and down day.
Just under 100 yards for Neuer.
Opened in 1999. 27 holes on the estate. We're playing on the championship course, which plays just over 6,500 yards for the players on the Ladies European Tour this week. So more birdie looks coming up for Alison Lee's team.
Now this will be very nice for Jenny Hagland. Let's get to 1 over. A birdie to be had at the 14th. It's not an easy hole, certainly not an easy approach. So she's negotiated that particularly well. Come on, can this go in for a 3?
Yeah, the team need it. They're lagging behind, and I'm afraid that really didn't threaten. Alison Lee with a golden opportunity coming up. And I'm with you, Sophie, given, you know, as you say, the windy conditions we get in the afternoon here. Her low ball flight looks on her game as well. Player that, like Hagelin, has had her struggles, but seems to come through the other side now.
Well, a meteoric rise was on the LPGA Tour while still at university at UCLA. She was sharing a house with a few girlfriends and coming back and forth and living the college life as well as being the rookie on the LPGA, and things just got a little bit too much for golf. Went downhill, so did her golf game. She'd played Solheim Cup, but I think these events helped Alison Lee. Oh, that one just
again
edging out.
Again, she's missed a really lovely opportunity.
But that invite, that win at Sosa Grande, that started something, the feel-good factor again, and her game has elevated back to where we all thought it was going. You know, a career is so up and down, and when you've had such an amazing amateur career, it's always gone up and up and up. You never think it's going to go down, but when it goes down, you think, when is it ever going to come back up again? And Annabelle Dimmock's the same. It's a long career in golf. You've just got to realise that there will be some failure there. It's just how you handle that.
Well, take Lydia Ko as an example, a player who was the most dominant player on the planet, winning everything, and then she fell outside the top 50 in the Rolex rankings last couple of years, but has come out the other side, back to the dominance that saw her win the race to the CME Globe.
I know what you mean, Kate, but she dropped outside the top 50. You know, like these. Annabelle nearly lost her job last year. Like, so I know for Lydia it is that, but you just get in your own head. And I think Annabelle last year, her comeback, she'd missed 10 cuts, was it, in a row?
I think it was actually 11, but whatever. Okay. It was 10 or 11.
10 or 11. And then something just happened in Switzerland. And even as commentators, we all got behind her because we know how hard it can be. Imagine missing 10, 11 cuts. And then she nearly kept her tour card. Got it back at Q School.
Neuer for her first birdie of the day. She's had an eagle.
Just bobbled on it.
Yeah, we mentioned Lydia Ko. She finished at 1 over par. Lexi Thompson finished at 1 under par. This is Lexi Thompson's home course.
Now Lindberg, this a birdie.
This is that ugly double breaker no one seems to have read.
She's used to fast conditions. She used to be an alpine race skier, Pernilla Lindberg. Focused on golf. Slightly less dangerous, I feel, golf compared to alpine downhill skiing.
Yeah, well, a lot of golfers actually... well, some golfers... Was it Paul Casey once got injured skiing?
A lot of them just don't ski.
Yeah, Casey was snowboarding. Mickelson's broke both legs, I think, doing it before.
Wiesberger as well.
Yeah, but the likes of the Austrians and the Swiss, they grew up doing it. It's us English people like Paul Casey. I don't want to say you're stupid, Paul, but we're not very good at skiing. There's not much snow and hills in England. But if you've grown up on the slopes, it just becomes normality.
Lovely vantage point around here, this 15th tee. Great view of what you described earlier, Kate, as a really tasty looking hole.
It is, and it's a beautiful hole. If we're able to see down the fairway, because there's a ravine that runs all the way straight down the middle.
All the way to the green.
In fact, the entire length. So, Alison Lee, elevated tee shot, what golfers always like. Open up your shoulders, try and get one out there. It's a tough hole to go for into that ravine, and where the pin and the green is nestled. It's not easy to attack. It's leaked slightly right, but it is really a 3-shot hole, this 15th. I don't know if we're going to see a few players go for it in 2, but mostly they'll be playing it the conventional way.
What do you think, Sophie? I mean, is it a hole to take on in 2? I mean, there's a lot of risk involved.
Oh, if we look at it down there, it reminds me of the 18th hole at the Earth course in Dubai, for those of you that have been and played it or watch any of the DP World. That's where their finals are. You have to be at least inside 200 yards because of the treacherous second shot and how you can just lose your ball even when you hit a good one. So this one down the left, carry those bunkers 300 yards, no chance. So keep it down the left, and you kind of have to zigzag your way down this golf hole if you are playing it as a three-shotter. It's only the very longest of players that might consider going for it.
And Annabelle Dimmock, who's next to tee off, is long. She gets it out there. I mean, she needs to find some birdies, of course. It's been a struggle so far for Dimmock, but she generates a great deal of club head speed and also distance off the tee. So come on, Annabelle. Let's see you larrup one here on 15. See if you can get into the go zone.
Well, she plays at Wentworth Club, and that has to be an advantage, playing tight and long golf courses. She says how she loves pegging it up off the back tees with the guys and likes playing long golf courses because that plays to her advantage, using the driver. Needs to hang on those bunkers down the right-hand side. Have to wait and see the shadows coming across the golf course late on. 6:30 here in Florida.
Now Cody Crowell, he's used to the spotlight. He's played in one of the high-profile teams in these Aramco Team Series events before. He was in Jessica Corder's team in New York. Is it cutting?
The body English there was suggesting that might have leaked right, Richard. We are in America. It's not body language, it's body English I'm learning.
Well, we're going to be able to hear from Team Dimmock, because we haven't heard yet today from Gabby Partington, part of our team this week in Florida, and I think she's got the team from Alison Lee, Annabelle Dimmock, Jenny Hagland, and their amateur Cody Crowell alongside her.
Well, Alison, you're no stranger to these LET events, are you? But it must be a nice welcome change to not have to fly over to Europe and actually be in your country.
Yeah, it's awesome playing here in Florida. Being in the U.S., obviously, it's really difficult traveling all over the place, especially for these girls coming over from Europe last week. So thankful here and really for the rest to be.
You brought your boyfriend back?
Yeah, he's playing. He's playing today. He said he made 6 birdies this morning, so really proud. One more day, so hopefully he can do good for the team.
You can have a deep at home. You're a social character, aren't you? But when you're playing golf, you're absolutely in the zone. But you probably welcome these team events because you can kind of like bump up your team, can't you, too, and just enjoy a natter.
Much of that today, but I do enjoy. Obviously, I know Jenny and Alison very well, so we have been having a bit of a natter, haven't we? But been to concentrate a little bit this back nine. I'm not going to lie to you, Gabby.
Well, concentration's on. And Jenny, quickly, aside from golf as well, you've got a bit of a side hustle. You've got a different job as well, don't you?
Yes, I'm a sports consultant, so I help young athletes to college in Scandinavia. So it's really fun. I started about 2-3 months ago, and I really enjoy it. So it keeps some pressure off the golf as well.
Absolutely, multitasker, ladies. And Cody, you live in West Palm, don't you? You've played this tournament a couple of times. You seem pretty chilled over there, but how are you getting on? You've given these girls a bit of some local knowledge?
Well, it's tough to beat being out here in Palm Beach County with 3 incredible golfers. I think Alison, Annabelle, and Jenny are all playing really well. I'm trying to keep up, but when you look at the leaderboard, people are going low, and we're just trying to hang in there and hit one shot at a time.
Yeah, you certainly have done after the rain delay, so keep it up. Sun's out, off you go. Thank you, ladies and Cody, thank you.
Nice to hear from Gabby and Team Alison Lee, who's under pressure. Boyfriend had 6 birdies. She's had 1 birdie and an eagle so far. Could be a difficult evening ahead. Bragging rights and all that. Team Alison Lee, I'm afraid a fair way off the pace right now. They are at 3 under par The pace set, a hot one as well, by Team Pauline Roussan at -16. This Aramco Team Series presented by PIF in Florida. PIF and 5 events all around the world. We've gone from Singapore to Florida, London coming up in July, and off to Hong Kong later in the year before ending up in Riyadh to conclude the series. $1 million each event, and what with the $5 million event we had at the Aramco Saudi Ladies International, these events have been a huge part of the Ladies European Tour calendar. Made such a huge difference to the tour.
It's life-changing opportunities, isn't it? It really is delivering impactful change to the tour that's playing for a record 35 million euros in 2023, and I think it's for the first time players can literally pick which tournaments they want to tee it up in. 30-odd events, and it hasn't been like that for many years, Sophie, so now is a great time to be a woman in the world of golf. Whether you're playing or you're working in the industry, there are a lot of opportunities, and life-changing ones at that. If you're teeing it up in a $5 million event, Lydia Ko won the spoils in Saudi Arabia, but Aditi Ashok, my goodness me, there's a fair few rupees in the bank account this year. She's finished first, third and second in her first few events on the Ladies European Tour and has done well on the LPGA too.
Yeah, top of the rankings as far as the Race to Costa del Sol is concerned. 18th on the LPGA Tour rankings, so it has changed her year because she didn't actually have full playing rights on the Ladies European Tour, and with the re-rank now on the LPGA Tour coming after last week, she can pick and choose whichever event she wants to play around the world.
Oh, look at that. That's a beauty, isn't it? But it's interesting, Aditi Ashok said earlier this week how she said she was last on the LPGA in driving distance last season. And so she has worked like a Trojan in the off-season to get her game ready for 2023, and it's paid dividends. So good on her.
Yeah, we'll get to see Aditi Ashok in action, hopefully in the final hour or so of our coverage. One of the late starters, and with the delay, she is only through 8 holes, 1 over par at the moment, the Indian. This is Kristina Napoliova finding the bunker.
2 bunkers down this right-hand side of 13. She's found the second one. But just under 160 yards here. Needs to keep her footing. Keep the lower half quiet. Play to the heart of the green. And that's left and turning left. Three bunkers waiting to gobble up that shot.
God, we're lucky to have drones, aren't we? We used to have to hire mini aircraft a few years ago. It used to be a very big deal. But now, with the advent of technology, what the drones are able to provide, brilliant pictures from up above. Well, we've seen an eagle today from Chiara Neuer. Come on, let's see some fireworks down the stretch. Her second, now into 13. That's a good shot, and it's a chance of a 3 for the young German.
See how far right she was aiming there, and the wind from right to left. She turned that face over and used the wind, gained a little bit more yardage and played around those bunkers. So obviously seeing that right to left shape today.
Yeah, difficult to gauge the morning-afternoon disparities. 5 under leading the way from Nuria Torres. Nobody out on the course is better than 2 under par right now, which is Johanna Gustafsson. But it's worth remembering, even though it's 20 to 7 in the evening and the shadows are getting longer, because of the delay we had of an hour and 45 minutes, a lot of players are only just about coming to the turn in their opening round, those that teed off this afternoon. This group with Natasha Nadeau were the 3rd group out in the afternoon, Team Neuer, and they were teed off at 12:39, but with that hour and 45 minute delay, they're not going to get this round completed, I don't think.
135 yards, a go flag into 13. Oh, and it's the wrong club. It was right over that pin. Now it's stuck in that sticky Bermuda rough beyond.
So this is the 13th hole. I'll be off next to the 14th, par 4. And earlier this week, Sophie went and had a look at how to play it.
The par 4 14th hole, plenty of undulation, a downhill tee shot and an uphill second shot. It plays half a club up the hill. But I can't see the green. It's 35 yards long, 25 yards wide, and I can barely see any of it. So a player really needs to commit to their shot here. As I say, take half a club more and keep it left of the bunker on the right-hand side. You don't want to be short here. That uphill bunker shot will be a nightmare, and the chances are it can plug. And anything right, there's a runoff, another feature to this golf course. I like playing it down the left-hand side, letting the undulations of the green bring it round to the hole. But don't be greedy, and if in doubt, club up.
Well, let's see if Carlotta Sigander is going to play it in such manner, finding the fairway off the tee.
Well, she's been short on her last few approaches that we've seen. Needs to make sure she strikes this one well. All suit her with her left to right ball flight. And has aired on that side of caution.
But as you said, look, the contours of the green working in her favour, and there's still a decent birdie look to come. Amandeep Dhar, 30-year-old from India, came close to winning her national championship, the Hero Indian Open, at the end of last year, pipped by Olivia Cowan. Hello. Oh.
Middle wicket. Part of Team Steph Kyriakou with Michelle Thompson.
Yeah, that was at the par 5 9th. Kyriakou herself is 3 over par.
Now Jenny Hagland.
Not the shot you want. Has to come over this creek.
How about that? God, that was brilliant. I want to see that again. That was a terrific shot.
You can see where she is, way on that right-hand side. Best part of a 100-yard bunker shot. Long in the palms, short in the wet stuff. Yeah, you should smile, Jenny. That was brilliant.
Yeah, I'll give you that, Pat. It deserves it after that approach.
I think she's got her friend on the bag and saying, look, you need to rate that properly, else I'll get a big fine.
Carlotta Sigander on the elevated green at 14.
Slows up right about now.
I bet a few feet out she thought that was heading in. Birdies are hard to come by. She had 2 in her first 4 holes, only 1 since for Carlotta Sigander.
Oh, Alison Lee. Now, this is not easy either. We've seen how well Jenny Hagland negotiated her third from the bunker, further away. Looks like it's on the slight upslope for Alison Lee, so she'll pop it up in the air, get it to settle quickly. Oh, that's beautifully played. Two good shots from the sand. Hagland and Lee in close. Good chance of walking away with a 4. Couple of birdies all helps the team scorecard. And of course, the individual quest as well. Sometimes you wonder that when Alison Lee was playing great golf, part of that Solheim Cup, playing well on the LPGA while she was still at college, it wasn't all of her time invested in golf. I know Leona Maguire said that when she left college, she had all this time to think about golf. You know, when you're at college, you've got studies, you've got exams to prepare for, and then you've got all the time in the world to practice and play. It takes time to get used to.
Well, here's a player who made a cut on the Ladies European Tour at the age of 14, Aditi Ashok. Another laser-like approach, not going to hold on to the greens. How firm are those greens when the wind's picked up as well? Just dried things out, even with a spot of rain. Dimmock, well, she was determined to get a few highs before the day was done. Got to get up and down here.
Great look, keep it down the right-hand side. Has done the hard bit by taking on this par 5. Do it for a 3.
That's a lovely touch from Annabelle. You could tell in that interview with Gabby, she's obviously clearly frustrated with how she's played because she's so positive and such a lovely, bubbly person to talk to. But it's wearing. It's tough when things aren't going well on a golf course. It can be a lonely place. But that is a good birdie for Annabelle.
Yeah, second birdie of the day.
It's 3 double bogeys on the front line now for Annabelle. She has company. Lynn Grant did the same as well. This golf course, as we have said, it can bite quickly. Take your eye off the ball and you can be caught out.
Cody doesn't get a shot here, so giving that chip a look.
Well, he's marked it, so maybe he's got a birdie look to come. Just this team event, it's 36 holes, and there's 3 professionals, 1 amateur, and the amateur score can count. It's the best 2 scores amongst the 4 that count to the team score. But I'm afraid that won't be enough for Cody to contribute.
Yeah, they can't enjoy the prize money, can they, the amateurs? They're playing for the glory. That's split 3 ways, the prize money.
Yeah. It's a 50-50 split as well in terms of the prize fund for the individual and team, so $500,000 prize fund for each. Look down the left side of this 15th hole.
Those palm trees push you to the right if you're going for it in 2, and that's where we saw Alison Lee in the bunker there. I mean, really? Would you fancy that? I'm not sure I would sat here, but she played an exquisite shot. It's something that you probably need to drop a few balls there to practice it if you are going to go for it in 2. Earlier on in the week, Hagland played her own amazing bunker shot from the best part of 100 yards. This one from right to left, finds it.
Well, that's the up and down of the day from Jenny Hagland. Fantastic birdie.
No doubt. That was exceptional. Gosh, Jenny Hagland, take a bow. What a 4 from the most unlikely place. That's a colourful scorecard for Hagland. You can see the drop shots on the front line, but there are a few birdies thrown in there too.
A hole out on 6 for Eagle.
Chiara Neuer still hasn't had a birdie yet today.
Now she has.
And she's done well. Back to 2 over, 4 over early on in her round. Giving it some kind of respectability. And in the individual side of things, 2 more days to go.
Well, we saw one exceptional Sandy up and down of Jenny Hagland. Can Alison Lee follow her?
She's missed some chances though on this back 9.
Inside right. The grain will pull it left. And it's done just that.
Well, her boyfriend has managed 6 birdies and is an amateur out there this morning. And she really should be matching him. Well, she's played some wonderful golf, but that putter's gone stone cold. Well, we're looking for possible emergers from the afternoon starters to the leaders. And first team out this afternoon on the other side of the course, a team Cara Gaynor, Anna Belach and Becky Morgan in their team, along with John Arago. You can see they're 9 under par through 15 holes. They've got the par 5 ninth to come as well. They're not going to catch Team Rusam, but they're going to post a very respectable target from the afternoon starters. Hard to see anyone bettering that score from Nuria Turrios, the Spaniard, with around a 67 eagle birdie finish. Best placed at the moment of the afternoon starters is Johanna Gustafsson. Anna Belach is in that team Gaynor. You can see 1 under par right now. There's Alison Lee. Just can't find that birdie to take her into the red figures. Leanne Pace. Saw Lindsay Weaver right. Hit a beautiful tee shot at 17. There's Pauline Roussan, team captain, leading the way. Hayley Davis there, opened up with 2 pars. She hasn't had a par since. She's 1 over. It's been a very eventful day for her. Alice Houston was 3 under par early on. We saw her have her troubles at 17, slip right back. These are the players best placed at the moment. Lexi Thompson, the world number 7 amongst them.
Back towards the hole now for Ashok at 9. Race through the green, the par 5 in 2. Settle down, always tricky to do from the rough. Ashok, whatever she's doing in 2023, keep on at it. Magical Kenyan Open, and it's been a magical year so far for the Indian player. Losing in a playoff it was to Hannah Green and the LA Championship in May. Yeah,
it was terrific. And then last week as well, up there all week. As she was at the LA Championship. It wasn't like she made a charge on the last day. She's up there all week on both those events. Virginia Elena Carter, who had a very nice week last week in Evian at the Scarborough Ladies Open. Top 5 finish there.
Well, after a great birdie on 15, Hagland's tee shot on the 16th. There's water that runs across this fairway at 265 yards. So you just leave yourself at the top of the slope. You might have found the sand. Massive bunkers down the right-hand side of 16. So she's going to have to hit another bunker shot over water, just like she did on 15. Wind today from right to left. Not sure Lee needs driver here. This could be a 3-wood for her. Leave it on the top of the fairway and hit down to this green.
Put a new putter in the bag ahead of that playoff defeat to Hannah Green. When I say new putter, Sophie, it's not completely new, is it?
No, it's a 10-year-old model. She said thank you very much to everybody at Callaway because they worked hard in trying to match it to the putter that she used in the Olympic Games. Basically, when she comes over to the LPGA Tour, because the greens are so quick, she needs something lighter. She has a heavier putter in Europe, a lighter putter over here on the LPGA, and hey, 2 top 5s later, that was a very good change for her. It's something to note, maybe in the winter at home in Britain and Europe, get that heavier putter, and then when the greens quicken up in the summer, change to something lighter. You're looking down on it, the model looks exactly the same, but the performance is different.
Oh, this is not nice for Kylie Henry. There you can see the golf ball. Depends what line she's going to take.
Well, I suppose better there than about 10 steps to the right, but yeah. It's awkward. Playing in Team Saganda with a 5 under par overall.
Really important to commit over this shot. Not a problem with the backswing, it's just the follow through. Put it back into position, it is a par 5.
That's heavy and left. It's okay, she's got away with one. I said about, of course she was aiming there. The flag is totally the other direction, she's got her back to it, but with this hole there is that zigzag element. But I think Carlotta Saganda has a decision to make right now. She's inside that 200 yards to the front edge of the green. Do you go for it or not?
But you need a lot of height, don't you, in order to get the control. Have a look. This is what Saganda has to come. That ravine runs all the way down the hole, all the way up to the green, so you've got to land it on that front edge in order to get close. So it's going to take some power. And control will come with an elevation with the approach as well. When you're coming in from 200, most of the players don't have the firepower to do that.
And her shape as well, Kate, it's a left to right as a natural shape. It's looking like she's going down the right-hand side. She's not taking on this shot. It's a lower, fadey shot is her go-to, and that's just not suiting going for the 15th in 2. She'd have to aim it over the palms, and if she held on to it, she'd have lost the golf ball. So wants to lay up to a good pitching number here down the right.
That breeze is going to calm down a little bit now as it's 7 o'clock local time
well, the
here
temperature
in Florida. How much daylight have we got left?
Man, I was going to say the temperature's going to calm down a little bit.
Everybody's going to be very happy about that, that's for sure. There's still a breeze. You can see those palms fluttering. This is the 16th hole. It's a good par 4, this 16th. Never water twice. Once with the drive and the approach.
Yeah, and fairway runs out at a point where really most players probably won't take driver out.
And it's a tough hole location today because it's right in that skinny section of where the hole is. So you've got to be accurate if you're going to fire it in close. Otherwise it will release out to that first cut. All right, Jenny Haglund, this isn't the ideal line. I don't see the base of the flag. Has to commit and trust this second shot. Fingers crossed, hope for the best.
Yeah, they'll pick a line in that hospitality. It's 155 yards to the pin. I like to leave it short of that flag if you can, though. Leaky to the right. Is it going to turn enough? No, it's not.
It's better than left.
Yeah, some really good finishing holes. You've got this 16th over the water, 17th surrounded by water, and then the 18th flanked by the water as well. I think we're going to see some drama over the next 2 days. 2 trophies to be won. One potentially tomorrow, though, I think, because of the weather delay. I think we're going to have that delayed as well. And then the individual on Sunday.
9-9 here for Dimmick, shooting straight down the green. Just don't go long of this.
Oh, Annabelle.
She was so concerned about the bunker long. Thought she was going to get a bit of a flyer from the rough as it's downwind as well. It's just not happened.
Oh, so frustrating. Came off a birdie on the previous hole, trying to make amends, trying to get a score. Sad. It's tough now, unless it stayed up on that bank. Don't believe it has. But now, Alison Lee.
She's got the wedge out.
Again, peppers the pin. She's been doing that with great regularity.
Do you think mine pitched over the line? Or should I
Annabelle's just arguing whether her ball crossed the line for the penalty. It was difficult to see where we were looking. Didn't look like it did, but we can't be 100% about that from what we saw. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's hear first of all, though, from the Race to Costa del Sol leader. She's with Gabby.
Aditi, we saw you win the magical Kenyan Ladies Open, didn't we, at the start of the season? You've had a magical season since as well, on top of that. So what's been key, do you think, so far?
Obviously the off season, I spent 3 or 4 months just working on like getting fitter and hitting it further, so that was good. But yeah, just sometimes, you know, you get in a good swing of things and you start playing well. First 3 weeks of the year were kind of like that, played really good, and then came here, missed 3 cuts, so then felt like I wasn't playing good, but you know, I was still hitting it really good, just needed to hold some putts, so changed my putter a couple of weeks ago, and that's been working good the last couple of weeks. So yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess. Sometimes you feel like you're playing good and, you know, they just things happen, they just fall in place.
Okay. I know you mentioned, actually, you were last on driving distance on the LPGA last year. Has that really spurred you on for this season?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I always look at my stats every year, and I've never been lost in a stat, so I know you can't really be the top 5 or top 10 of every stat. Maybe that's kind of impossible, but not being in the top 100 of any stat, I feel, is, you know, not good enough for me. So I felt like I had to work on that area and maybe get into at least the average distance that girls hit on the LPGA.
Okay. I'd love to ask you more, but we're approaching the balls now, so I've got to let you go. But next time we'll chat more. Thank you, Aditi. Thank you.
It's interesting, if you do look at the distance that she's generated, 235 yards off the tee she was in driving distance last year, and now 252. So an increase of 17 yards in the off-season. I want to go to the gym where Aditi Ashok's going.
Yeah, well, she's been working hard with her coach, who she worked with for the first time through the winter, Gurav. Never had really, well, she hadn't had a coach before. Her dad, Ashok, had been very much focusing on a game, but she knew by looking at those stats, as she said, she needed something to change. And he was a coach she knew from home. The first camp that she went to as a little girl to play golf, he was one of the coaches there. Didn't coach her at the time, but she knew of him, obviously, from that time back in Bengaluru, in Bangalore, as it's known as well. I think it's the walk back, is it, for Annabelle Dimmick? I don't think the ball crossed the line.
That's a long walk back as well. It's frustration and despair. Oh, it's been a tough day for Annabel Dimmock. So while she walks back, Jenny Hagland, who is short right, has her chance to get up and down. And that's releasing beautifully. Nice touch from Hagland. That'll be a tap-in for the 4. Addison Lee in close. Has yet another chance of a birdie. Just needs that. Take the putter out of the naughty corner and get it to behave on these last few holes here.
Well, you can see it's getting a little darker. That scoreboard now is just looking a little brighter. It's just gone 7 o'clock in the evening. Potentially daylight for close to an hour.
Probably the best way.
There's confirmation of how things are looking on the individual leaderboard. Not been much change there, but you can see Johanna Gustafsson's just added another birdie. She's only 2 back. Anna Van Dam, who played so nicely in France last week. Solid display from her so far, level par. Lovely part of the world to be.
Are you salsa dancing this weekend, Richard? We're near Miami. Have you got your Havana shirt on?
Well, I haven't got it on right now, but it's it's hanging up in the wardrobe in the hotel room
about
ready.
that. My goodness.
But the problem is we're not off air until 8 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, the night is young in Miami, Richard. Oh, just ease into the weekend.
Only problem is with the jet lag, I keep waking up at 3:30 in the morning. So if I had late nights, I wouldn't get any sleep whatsoever. It's minimal as it is.
I think some of the nightlife is still going on at 3:30.
Oh, it is, yeah. I was talking to someone I won't name names, but he's one of the amateurs playing in the field this week, and I told him that I was awake at 3:30 in the morning on whatever day it was, Thursday, first night here, and he goes, well, I actually got in at 4:30 in the morning. So this is where Annabel Dimmock has had to go back to. She's trying to find the right angle, but she's quite close to the tarpaulin there.
Well, now the players can use lasers. I think this is a blessing. So she's tried to get that perfect number. She's coming across the green from this angle. So she's got about 15 yards between front edge and the flag. What players do is get their trackmans out and work out how far they hit. In this case, I think it'll be more of a 3/4 lob wedge. Not many people do like to hit full ones, so just try and control it so it doesn't pop high into the air.
Oh, 4 shots played, and still work to do for Annabel Dimmock.
Day 1 of the Aramco Team Series presented by PIF Florida. Weather delayed as well. Around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had a bit of a thunderstorm, which is why the players are out there, shadows long, unable. Well, I say unable to finish. The early starters amongst the afternoon, they should get things done. And this is the 16th green, so par 3 17th, then par 4 18th to come. This is the amateur in the group.
Now Saganda, come on. In it goes, yes, and that's a birdie for Saganda, back to even par.
Vamos. I think I heard when there's been 7 Spanish players in the Solheim Cup in the past.
You'd think there'd be more, wouldn't you? Lee, literally one. Grain, she's hitting into it to start with, and then a yard from the hole it goes down grain, so this will have enough pace. Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Get in there.
You know,
that was a hard putt. She just missed a couple of shorties, and then.
Yeah. It's typical, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is. Grain break left to right.
There we go. Just confirming what we're saying.
Expectations there, Richard. You know, those 6-footers, just like these should go in. That one didn't expect to hold it, freed the stroke up, and birdie time for Alison Lee.
Deserved that, really. The game she's been playing today has been fabulous to watch. Just hasn't got the reward, but got it here. Unfortunately, it's another huge step backwards in this opening round for Annabelle Dimmock.
She needs to get steep on this one. She's got a big clump of fringe behind her. So get the attack angle down. It's slow. Uphill from left to right. Can be aggressive with this. Lean the shaft.
Bit of a knee knocker for Cody Crowell, but whoa, no problem there for the amateur.
Well, that's the team 1 under for that hole. Alison and Cody doing the job. Full ball, better ball, 36-hole tournament, the Aramco Team Series. Amateur scores do count.
Hayley Davis, who I told you has been on a very eventful run. She still hasn't had a par since she parred the first 2 holes. She's level par. She's had 5 bogeys and 5 birdies since. Maybe another birdie coming up. Here's how things look. 2 under par is where Johanna Gustafsson's on, so she is in that share of 5th place. I thought she was at 3 under par, but there's been a change in... Oh no, there she is at 3 under. She has changed. On my leaderboard, it's got her as 2 under par, so hopefully that is correct.
Second shot in the water for Annabelle Dimmock. Nice for a double bogey.
But for poor Annabelle, clubhouse can't come soon enough.
Back to the elevated tee at this par 5 15th. Tassia Nudo seemed happy enough with that one.
Has to be Chiara Neuer's ball, a good 30 yards in front there. Swing speed of 105 miles an hour when she's fully healthy, Neuer.
And that is fast, because when you look at the average on the LPGA Tour, the LET, that is way above average.
What would someone like Carl Berkshire, who's been here this week, what would his swing speed be roughly? I mean,
it's 130-ish probably.
Isn't it? What's Rory? Just about 123?
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy.
I've actually not seen him hit, so it's probably faster. I was thinking in kind of normal golf terms. I bet long drives are even faster than that, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Let's have a look at this 17th, the signature hole at Trump International.
Oh, and it's an absolute beauty, but It does have a danger, and that is that there is water all the way down the right-hand side and all the way around the back. It's a long par 3 as well, 195 yards today. Has it playing down breeze, but because the greens are getting that little bit harder with the sun baking down on them, anything too flush will release all the way through to the back. You can see there, that flag is not fluttering too much right now. Calmer conditions as the shadows lengthen, but it's still not without its challenges.
Well, we nearly saw an ace here a little earlier on from Lindsay Weaver Wright.
It's Alison Lee now, take dead aim.
Well, that's what she's been doing all afternoon, really, so I don't see why it should be any different here from her.
This is not easy. We've talked about the hole in general, but hitting back into the sunlight as well. I like to play it left of this flag. If you go at it and leak anything slightly right, it is wet. The carry is increased the more right you go. She's trying to play up this green by teeing it up on the left-hand side.
Softly. Okay.
Her kind of distance left, isn't it? Sure, that's not how you're supposed to wear the sunglasses, but anyway.
With her style, she could carry it off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's better, though. Sun getting lower, scoreboard getting brighter.
And there's no change at the top in the team stakes. 16 under leads the way. Pauline Roussan, her team safely in the clubhouse a few hours ago.
Yeah, Team Gustafsson have moved to 9 under par, though, so I think they're a threat as far as first round leads concerned.
Hard to pick a line here. It's easy to swing out of these long irons. That is exactly what you don't need here. It's a 185-yard carry. Has got the lean. Oh, it's just carried it. That is not nice. So she's actually in the penalty area. But if she does need to take a drop, at least it is that side of the hole where she doesn't have to come back to the tee.
I think she'll find a way to play that. Oh, but hang on. Much of her backswing. It's going to be interesting to see what decision she makes.
But the drop's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than but she did land over the red line for me.
Still a drop. After seeing Tom Kim yesterday at the PGA, covered in mud.
Yeah, well, there was a time where we didn't see Tom Kim. Oh, it's submerged completely.
And then we saw a little bit too much of Tom Kim when he got changed.
Yeah, he's great entertainment. Now, Dimmock, come on, just a little pick-me-up here before the end of the round.
This is the issue, you see, it's just peeped up there, so you're looking straight up into the sun, and then you look down to the ball and you can't focus on it.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Sorry.
Well, that's the individual side of things. Johanna Gustafsson, confirmation, she did birdie the first, so the Swede moves to 3 under par, 2 behind the leader, Nuria Iturios. And it's worth noting that in the team leaderboard, both Team Gaynor and Team Gustafsson are now inside the top 10 amongst the afternoon starters. Now, another birdie for Hayley Davis, 6th of the day.
Oh, settle. mentioned she hasn't had many pars. It looked like a birdie. What we don't want is for a drop shot there for Hayley Davis on what has been a helter-skelter scorecard.
Part of Team Simmermacher alongside Carmen Alonso. Neuer hit it right into the water, so she's had to drop. So this will be her third shot on a reachable par 5. It looks like there's a wedge in hand and she's laying up. I've noticed how she's been aiming a long way right of target with her feet all day. I suppose that one with the drive, she just did not turn the face over and it stayed right there. Just hit one down towards the scoreboard on the right hand side here. You can see even there how she's aiming at the fairway bunker on that right hand side.
The birdie at 15 that took her back to level par. Carlotta Ciganda now over the water at 16.
Oh, that's a great shot from Ciganda. Narrow part of the green. That went flag hunting. A really good opportunity now for the Spaniard to walk away with a 3.
The Aramco Team Series presented by PIF in Florida, where Team Resumption have been sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard all day, but a couple of the teams that have stepped out this afternoon. Team is led by Kara Gaynor. Johanna Gustafsson, remember Johanna Gustafsson's team, albeit different personnel, won the opening team event on the Aramco Team Series in Singapore at Laguna National. It's the 17th hole with its spectacular backdrop, noisy backdrop as well.
Beautiful, really is the signature hold here. Oh, she's going to take that drop. Thought she might try it, but obviously it's nestled up against that cut of rough and hardly a backswing to work with. So while Jenny Hagland negotiates the drop, Annabelle Dimmock from across the green, pin high, but a long way from the hole, is putting from the first cut. This for a 2 for Dimmock. Oh, come on.
You could see the jump, couldn't you? It went a good few inches in the air. It took all of the pace out of it. Welcome to Florida. The grain, the stickiness of this rough. Just have to get the wedge out, whereas us Brits, we like to see it along the ground. We can normally put from off the fringe, no problem at all. Because Hagland couldn't drop closer to the hole, she's still going to have a restriction to this chip in that backswing. It's important to get this one up and down. She's got a good round going. Only 2 holes left to play. The 18th, 420 straight back into the wind. That's going to be playing like a par 5 today. See if she can chip this one in back into the grain from right to left.
Oh, that's exquisite again. I mean, the shot we saw here at 15 probably tops that, but that was still a beautiful touch. All new venues in the Aramco Team Series, apart from the next stop at Centurion Club. Now, it's been a tough hole for Neuer.
This is our fourth. Come on, release. She's trying very hard to walk away with a par after venturing into the penalty area off the tee. That'll be a good escape for Chiara Neuer, who really can play a golf course where the par is a 68. Such is her distance off the tee that she can make the par 5s more like par 4s. Huge advantage. That distance she's able to generate, that power. But if you can hear us, we're on the 17th. It's like that Niagara Falls behind. We are in Florida.
It's a lovely spot, it really is.
Lee's going to use these ball markers between Cody and Annabelle's from left to right. This for a 2. Some length of what we saw on the 16th. It's on a great line. Is it enough? You'd take 3 threes on this signature hole. Anything on dry land is good. It's surrounded by water.
So no birdie there for Alison Lee. There's been a birdie and that eagle further back on the course. We saw the 9th hole was and the 4th hole really probably playing the 3rd hole probably playing the easiest holes on the course. Another one for Saganda. Why not? Why not indeed?
Oh, that's a good 3. Exceptional 3 at 16. Well, it's a long putt, and it's a putt for a par for Dimmock. Well, it's for 3 at 17.
Not to be. Well, I mentioned the Centurion Club, which is the next stop on the Aramco Team Series, and Olivia Cowan's been a team winner there. She's a team leader again, and she's got the company right now of Gabby.
Firstly, I've got to say, Olivia, nice eagle on 9 there. Sehr good. And I say that because you're German, of course, and you picked your German duo, your teammate Aileen Krauter. It's obviously a bit of a secret formula there, because you did that back when you won in London for the Aramco Team Series with Serena. Got it right 3rd time round. So tell me about that.
Yeah, I just thought I would try and recreate that moment and pick another German. She's a great player, just got her card on LPGA, so yeah, thought I'd try that.
Okay, tell me a little bit about your approach to golf, because I quite like it, and it's different to what I've seen on tour. You don't have a swing coach, and you told me you don't have any swing thoughts either, do you? You've got your friend Ryan on the bag, so I feel like it's quite a relaxed approach, but it works well for you.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I kind of fell out of love with it a little bit, kind of became more of a routine, so I'm just trying to enjoy it a little bit more, have a friend on the bag and not take it too seriously, to be honest. So yeah, kind of like a kid playing the game of golf again.
It works for you though, doesn't it? Because you're incredibly consistent, and you told me before that, you know, over practicing might make you, like you said, fall out of love with it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think if I just do too much, I think it's just too much of a routine, and I want to enjoy everything that I'm doing. So I try and make everything a lot more fun, and maybe not do it as long, but kind of have games here and there. So yeah, that's what I try and do.
Especially when your boyfriend Todd's a golfer as well. You can't get too much golf, can you? But I'll leave you for the rest of the 13. Thank you.
That's interesting to hear, isn't it? Still wants to stay in love with the game, not burn out.
I think it'd be easy for Olivia to burn out. Her father's a golf pro, her boyfriend's a golf pro, so maybe she's just looking to take away. It can't just be golf, 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 can it? Neuer's father, Tom, he's a +2 handicap. Well, he was when she was a youngster, and that there. What a chance that was to just walk away with a par. I've never even seen the fairway. Played it all the way down the right-hand side, and a bogey 6 for her. And I think going back to Cowan, she's of the age now, she's been around a little bit, and the burnout could come. That's the same event, Ladies European Tour player, those same events. She did get that card on the LPGA, realised she didn't quite like it, and she needs to get the love back and a more relaxed style. I know a few people have been on like golf trips with her practicing. She's like, she never practices. It's just the way she is.
Well, she got back in the. She got. I was going to say back into it. She got into the winner's circle, didn't she, at the end of last year? That was in India. Well, we've had a good look at 17, haven't we? But we can take in an even closer look, courtesy of our very own Sophie Walker.
The final par 3 on the golf course, and it does not disappoint. Isn't it stunning? Surrounded by water, this 17th hole. It's only 4 yards between the edge of the green and this water. So you must switch on and hit a solid golf shot into the heart of the green. If you're long, what did TLC say? Don't go chasing waterfalls, and that's exactly what I'm going to say now. Hit this green, walk off, have a little look around and head to the 18th. It's gorgeous, but it can catch you out.
Yep, it certainly can. It can bite. As we come to the closing stages here on day 1 of the Aramco Team Series, Florida, presented by PIF. We like these closing stretch of holes, don't we, Sophie? I'm not sure if the players are fans, because they're not easy. 16, water to negotiate. In fact, on 17 and 18 as well, but it's a long par 3, this 17th. Waterfall framing the back, but you need accuracy and you need a fair bit of distance. If it's playing 195, a lot of these players going in with 5-iron.
It'll be the longest iron in the bag for many of the players. And I was just thinking, it does remind me a little bit of the Indian Open. What Richard just said, Olivia Cowan won that tournament, that man-made element, but they're just massive risk that goes on every single tee shot around this golf course. And the likes of Lexi Thompson and Danny Hunkvist, who are members here, they're used to hitting these tee shots. These players are seeing this golf course for the first time.
Carlotta Sagandra is struggling to see the hole here on 17 with that sun piercing through.
She's got a 7-iron in her hands, which suggests that this wind is still up. It should be down from the right-hand side. Flag's 5. Sorry, the flag is 7 from the right. Loads of room left. I like the Alison Lee line, but she's going right after this one. Asking for it to go. It's dry, but it's just caught the rough short. And the carry over that line to the green is 185 yards. That would have been a big 7-iron even for her standards.
Especially with the natural flight on the ball that Carlotta puts on it. Plays with a natural fade.
It's a power fade though, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it?
I could watch
nothing
that
behind
all day long.
Well, time to catch up with Jenny Hagland and our energy meter, powered by Aramco.
Split the bunkers in the distance.
Oh, a wry smile, maybe plenty of power, but that's only positive news really from that tee shot, I think. First look today at Becky Morgan.
Used to live in West Palm Beach. Is used to hitting hybrids into courses in America. This will be a long one for her, but she is the queen of the hybrid. Check this one out.
Oh, perfect timing there, Sophie.
Most people's wedges, that. Did you see the wear mark out in that hybrid? Yeah. Well used, but the middle has been well used.
And her short game as well. Yeah, the way she's able to wield those hybrids, and also her ability. She's a wizard. It's like a wand, a wedge in her hand.
Well, I think it's important to know how to play the rough around Florida and to use the bounce on the golf club to suggest a higher bounce wedge. Carlotta has got one of those, so she'll be using that as she gets closer to this green for her shot.
Just to remind you, depending where you are in the world, 24 minutes to 8 o'clock in the evening. So the sun really now starting to set. You can see the players having to really shield their eyes here to look at this one. This is Team Saganda. Kylie Henry. Happy with that one. Fabulous. They'll get it done, no?
They'll want to get it done.
I think they'll play 18. You'd want to, wouldn't you?
Well, if it's only daylight, you can't you? As long as you get to that tee and tee off before the hooter.
Well, we like this distance for eagle putts, and that's exactly what Becky Morgan has. That's a very tasty 3.
She's part of Team Gainer, and they are gaining.
Yeah, that should get her under par as well. She started the day with a double bogey. She's ending it with an eagle. So, fantastic finish for Becky Morgan.
Well, that takes the team to at least 11 under. We don't know what her other 3 teammates are doing, but double figures playing in the afternoon, that is very good going.
And in case you didn't know which country we're in, there's a clue.
At least you always know which the wind direction is when
True.
playing here.
There's the practice range down there. Come on, kids, this way.
That's what the players will be thinking, playing down 18, straight back into the breeze. Like you're going nowhere. Ball's coming back to you.
Paddling like crazy. Okay. Olivia Cowan. This for birdie at the 13th.
After the interview with Gabby. Oh, I thought we were going to get some luck there. Just pulled that one.
She mentioned picked Aileen Crowther. Here she is, former women's amateur champion. As Olivia was saying, just got a card on the LPGA Tour and a very much in demand player. She was picked by Lydia Ko in Singapore because of her Stanford connection. Lydia Ko knowing the Stanford coach. This is for her par. I think Lydia might have had a down as a possible pick this time around, but unfortunately when you're the world number 3, because of the way the draft works, you get the last pick by being the best ranked player in the field. But she did well. She got Teresa Miletska, who's a 2-time Aramco Team Series winner.
Yeah, Marion Scarpnort, who won the individual honours in London a couple of years ago. So they're going to be in a team to watch out for, but it's Pauline Roussin's team that lead the way on 16 under par. Now Chiara Neuer, 16th hole over water. Not much club in hand for the German. There never really is. With her distance off the tee and able to get some spin, but not on that occasion.
That's the difference, isn't it? Just coming out of the rough. If that's off the fairway, it just nipped back on her.
By the way, Team Gainer have finished at 12 under par. Becky Morgan's eagle, and Cara Gainer herself had a birdie there as well. Morgan, by the way, finishing level par, but Anna Belac, the Slovenian player, having a round of 71. So 12 under par, best score of the afternoon players so far.
There is nothing easy about this shot now for Jenny Hagland. Ball below her feet, coming out of the rough.
It's just a layup, I think, Kate.
Yeah.
Towards the advertising boards down the left-hand side. It's just not worth it, is it? Anything right, and obviously from that lie, it's going to happen, is wet. Just watch this. You can see that, the clumpiness as she just drops on the ball, and the grass just grabs your club there.
Now come on, Annabelle, middle of the fairway for you. Let's get on the green. Try and finish in style for what has been a frustrating day.
157 yards for Dimmock. Just try and hit a fade into this flag. Middle of the green. Just a couple from the right-hand side. All below her feet. Should suit her.
She likes it. No harm done for Dimmock. Not threatening the hole, but on the green in 2.
Back to 13 with Danny Holmquist. Right at it. Birdie chance to come.
A couple of yards closer for Lee.
Right there.
So this is the first group out amongst the afternoon starters that started out 1. 6 under par as a team. Alison Lee putting the best score together of the team. Well, she's rolled in a nice couple of putts the last few holes for birdie. This one, though, for par for Carlota Ciganda.
You can see the grain. She's hitting. See that grain at the front edge of the cup as the day goes on. The grain gets stronger and stronger. It's an uphill right to left up.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, 7 years since she last won in America. It takes her back to level par, though.
Well, it's been around there. It's featured 5 birdies for Ciganda. Many drop shots as well. So 1 hole to come for the Spaniard. Hopefully this is the penultimate shot for Jenny Hagland. This is the par 4, 18th. Can only bumped it down the fairway after venturing into the rough with her drive.
Has got 88 yards here. Flag 16 on, 7 from the right. She said it, very safe.
Well, this is a beautiful time of the day, isn't it? And if you can see the hospitality behind 18, I don't know if you've had a chance to venture in there, but there are some very comfortable seats. I'd highly recommend you pop
If I go there, given the lack of sleep I've had, and they're that comfy, I'll be snoozing before I've had a sip of my fizzy drink.
It's Friday night. You could certainly have a fizzy drink.
Yeah. Well, you can see Johanna Gustafsson in that share of second place with Louise Duncan, the rookie Scot, and Clara Davidson-Spilkova. There's Lexi Thompson. Anna Bellat's just finishing with a round of 71. Alison Lee will have a chance to better that by 1. Carlota Ciganda, unfortunately, hasn't updated on the leaderboard, but back to level par. And we saw that eagle to finish for Becky Morgan, helping her team, Cara Gaynor, get to 12 under. Alice Hewson got it back to level par now after that fast start, and then her round hit the buffers. There's the individual side of things.
Gustafsson, only player not to have a bogey today for her round.
Coming across the fringe here, but this is for birdie for Chiara Neuer. The umpire's just signalled a wide.
It's tough when we look at the scoreboard. There's only 9 players under par. It's certainly proving to be a tough assignment, this layout.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And that round today earlier from 67, there was a holdout at a 17th hole, the 8th for Nuria Iturrios, but good to see her back. It was interesting hearing what Trish Johnson was saying. Sometimes, like she was saying, that maybe she didn't believe that how good she really is, Nuria. She's a player that sort of played LPGA Tour, played Ladies European Tour, had 3 wins on the LET.
18th tee box. Energy meter time, powered by Aramco. Similar to what we saw on the 9th, wasn't it? It was that making sure. We know there's an extra layer to Becky Brewerton's power and speed. We can see that from, she's got 78%. There's a little bit left in the tank, but she just wants to hit the fairway.
And that is key round here. It's all very well banging it down there, but if you're coming out of the rough, you've got no chance. Beautifully manicured golf course.
Carry on the bunker on the right-hand side. It's 252 yards. It plays 10 downhill. In the morning, Zagander could go over it. With this wind, she has to go round it.
Kylie Henry, the third professional in this group. Need a good drive, down 18. Need that distance, otherwise it's a long way in. That looks a good line from Henry, 89 on the energy meter. Firing that down the left side, that's in a great spot.
Well, up on the green, Alison Lee looking for a closing birdie for a round of 70.
Another one of those double breakers. Gonna pick up pace now. Oh, it's just her range, isn't it? 30 feet, Alison Lee put me down for a birdie. What a way to finish your round.
Not quite as many birdies as her boyfriend got as an amateur in one of the other teams this morning, but amongst the contenders here, certainly as far as the individual side, the team are a little bit off the pace. She's got in at 2 under par. Worth noting that Johanna Gustafsson has just had a 4th unanswered birdie of the day, so she's only 1 back of Nuria Iturrios right now in the individual, although she will not get her round completed. This is Dimmock for her par.
Well, in it goes for a 4 for Annabelle Dimmock, but a frustrating day for the English player. A winner on the Ladies European Tour a couple of years ago. Since then, form has been fickle. You know what a talented player she is. And we hope for better things tomorrow from Annabelle. And a playing partner, Alison Lee, in the clubhouse with a 70. Came back in 33. Lovely birdie on 10, 16. And then that putt that we saw rolling in on the 18th.
So they're done. Team Saganda are going to get it done. I wonder if Team Chiara Neuer will also get things concluded. We are fast running out of daylight. You can see, look at the light there on the driving range. You can see how bright that is, sparkling. Johanna Gustafsson, though, putting together a fantastic round. She was the team winning captain in New York back in October. Obviously going well again in the USA. Terrific round from the Swede and her team as well. As a result, going well too. They're up to 10 under par now, which is only 6 behind Team Roussan, and they've still got 4 holes to complete. I don't think they'll catch them, but they are certainly one of the dangers. They'll go out tomorrow morning in potentially some of the calmer conditions.
10 minutes until sunset. Team Saganda just has this 18th hole left.
Well, she took quite a bit off it, Becky Brewerton, our energy meter powered by Aramco showed, but what sort of distance will she have left in here?
I was playing down this left-hand side, it makes the hole a lot longer. She's got the best part, just short actually of 200 yards. Could even be a little rinky-dink hybrid.
Yeah.
Playing into the wind, so it is playing about that 200-yard mark with club, 2 clubs into the breeze. I mean, expect to hold on to this, keep it down the left wing. It's easy to double cross it just to make sure it stays dry.
Trying to keep that one low like she did with the drive. Come on, tugging it left for Becky.
No surprise whatsoever. The anti-water swing, chance to get up and down.
Running out of daylight in Florida, but Team Saganda should get this done. Henry now with her second into 18.
176 yards. Trying to create that fade, and does so.
Oh, that's brilliant. Come on, keep on coming.
Well, she won't be able to see how good that is in the dark. Sunset in 7 minutes. Brilliant long iron into the last.
That's the best shot we've seen into 18. 3 would be very, very good now for Henry. Now Saganda. Longest off the tee. A slight hanging lie for the Spaniard.
Just got to keep that face from turning left. She does ease across the ball with a right to left out to in swing path. done just that. 2 excellent shots by Team Saganda, Henry and captain Carlotta.
Well, these players will get home and they will finish their first rounds, but certainly for players like Johanna Gustafsson, who has 5 holes to play, she will be back out early tomorrow morning before she resumes her second round. Kiara Neuer, well, is racing against time in order to complete her round on 17 now. Come on.
He just dropped a shot at 16 as well. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to tee off at 18 before the hooter sounds.
When you've had a round like Neuer's had, it's just your luck that you've only got that 1 hole left to play.
I mean, they're coming out again tomorrow morning anyway, so it might cost you a bit of sleep, I understand, but it's not like, you know, when you have a day 2 going into day 3 and
the redraw, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. You know that even if the weather comes in again tomorrow afternoon, you are going to finish because you've got 19 holes left to play.
We are going to see this Team Saganda finish. Their amateur, Haneen Anbaseri, plays off 14.
Just missing the green left. The second hardest hole on the golf course for the amateurs, and all that water down the right shows you why.
She's a dentist from Saudi Arabia. I was going to make a poor joke.
I was going to say,
but I've
what time is she off tomorrow?
Yeah, 2:30. It is getting late, isn't it?
Is that the best we've got?
I'm afraid it is, yeah.
Unfortunately, and we are here for the weekend as well.
Yeah. Apologies for that.
Players in this team would have known each other for over 15 years. Kylie and Carlotta, one playing for Scotland, the other for Spain in the European Team Championships. Carlotta won the European individual, as did the third professional in this group, Becky Brewerton. Both child prodigies. And very eager to finish. It's dark out there. Brewerton first across the green. From left to right. And quick back towards the water.
Well, it's a long time out on the golf course. It can be quite exhausting, pacing away around this heat and humidity, putting a number together. You can see that frustration on Becky Brewerton's face. The round is coming to a close eventually for the Welsh player.
And with this event, Kate, you've got that team element. I think you see the disappointment on the faces. It's not just for them, it's the team as well. And a lot of these players grew up playing team sports, follow team sports, and that feeling of maybe letting somebody down. Look how dark it is out there.
Yeah, that's how it really is, as opposed to with our filters on our cameras. So I think we might have the camera torches out when we leave the commentary box in a short while. Saganda to try and finish the day under par. Oh, great effort. Really was. But a decent day. Level par, nothing wrong with that.
Five birdies, 5 bogeys. And she'll know that anything under par is good. There's a leaderboard at the back of this green. She'll go into tomorrow 5 back from her fellow Spaniard.
Nakama Becky in the clubhouse with a par here at 18. Frustrating, it will be a round of 76. And unfortunately, it's going to be more than that.
Our cut line at the moment is +4. There is a cut for the individual after 2 rounds. The team finishes tomorrow after 36 holes. Chiara Neuer's group have called it a day. Lack of daylight. They know they're not going to finish.
Well, hopefully this is the finish for Kylie Henry.
And that's a lovely finish for the Scottish player, because that is a 3. And there's not many birdies on the 18th this afternoon. So an exceptional 3 from Henry.
This is where you say to Kadim, I'm better playing in the dark. Brother Chris on the bag. These putts, when it's this dark, it's easy to make silly mistakes. It's for a bogey 5 for Brewerton, around a 77. And that is the mistake due to the daylight. Just can't see the lines on the putts.
That is so annoying. Well, hopefully Carlotta Saganda knocks hers in, and Team Saganda will finish at 6 under par. But that's a little body blow there at the end of the day for Becky Brewerton. This for a level par round of 72. And that completes our golf on day 1 of this Aramco Team Series in Florida. Lovely birdie to finish for Kylie Henry. Hugs all round. Well, a little bit of a weather delay this afternoon, but we still got a lot of golf in. Sun now setting on the east coast of the United States. Let's look back at 1 or 2 highlights from the day. And not everyone having the day wanted. Lynn Grant struggled a little bit, opened up with a couple of double bogeys. Her team as well, kind of mid-pack as well. This was Diksha Dagger, though, at the 8th, making a great par. She's been an Aramco Team Series team champion. Her dad enjoyed that one as well. What about Lexi Thompson today?
Well, it was a round that, in the end, featured 2 birdies and 1 bogey. There were a whole lot of pars. And it was a nice touch there from Lexi, who knows this course like the back of her hand. But a round of 71 for Lexi, that stands her in very good stead through 18 holes.
There's something about Cassandra Alexander and these Aramco Team Series events, Sophie.
She's won 3 of them in the team. She's been disappointed with her individual performance, but now a team captain, That shot into 18. She's second in the team and right up there in the individual at 5th spot.
Yeah, second in the team alongside Team Lydia Ko. Here is the world number 3 doing what she does. A little bit of short game magic. That set her up for a closing birdie. But it's Team Rusan who are leading the way thanks to this lady.
Oh, quite exquisite play today from Nuria Iturios. Look at the touch on that from the Spaniard. A 67 to be out on her own on 5 under par.
Well, that leaves Team Rusan top of the pile at 16 under par. But you can see Team Gustafsson not done for the first round. They have to come back tomorrow morning. Team Zimmermacher as well placed at 10 under par. 36 holes only for the team event. So hopefully we'll get this one coming to a conclusion about this time tomorrow night. There's a little further down the leaderboard. There are Team Grant, middle of the pack, 36 teams in total. Mentioned Johanna Gustafsson, her team won in New York when the Ladies European Tour were last in the United States of America. There she is, just one back now of Nuria Iturios, who had that eagle birdie finish. Lexi Thompson there inside the top 10. Becky Morgan with that eagle finish. They've changed the score. It was for a 71, not a 72. Always nice when the score changes that way. Anything around level par, get you right there. Lydia Ko 1 over today. So it's time next for our Aramco Energy Moment of the Day. Now, I don't know what it is. I mean, I know what I would choose personally as my Aramco Energy Moment of the Day. It would be a shot at 15 from a certain Swede, but we'll find out now. Wow, controversy.
Well in there by Clara.
It was a good one. It was a good one. Nice chip in, but I was going to go for Jenny Hagland's 3rd at 15.
I have to say that was an outstanding shot from Hagland, but Spilkova, and a good round from her as well today.
Yeah.
He played well.
Well, the sun has set. Darkness has engulfed us around Trump International. Still round 1 to be completed, but been a day of good golf on a fabulous golf course. Day 1 done and dusted at the Aramco Team Series presented by PIF in Florida.